It doesn't matter what you want. I will succeed, whether you like it or not. I am unstoppable. When will you learn that? When will you learn that?
Again, Mr. Williams, I invite you to conversate with me directly. I don't do all this internet stuff. The problem is you're going after my family, you post my children, and then you mention my name. So you and I, we need to have a conversation. And yes, this is a forever problem.
It's me, Darius Cooks, also known as your local scammer.
You are, you gay, growing up in Chicago, you just end up being with a tribe of people. I don't know, it's really hard to explain. It might be different now, but when I was growing up, there were crews. We had people we hung with, right? Anyway, and I hung with people like, you remember Calvin, Vell, those are people that I used to hang with back in the day, and you see what happened now, especially with randomness of Vell. We ain't heard hide nor have him, have we? We ain't heard hide nor have him, have we? Come to think of it, let me not bring his name up, because let me tell you something. He probably, he ready to. Where's the expose? Where is the expose?
Something called an attack. When you do the attack, you got to make sure you're real rooted and grounded. Look that way. Make sure you're real rooted and grounded so they don't know what's about to go on. You just attacked them. You just attacked them. What did I say? I said you better do what I said to do. Did they think you're crazy? If they think you're crazy, they'll just walk away slowly like that.
Yeah, I stole from the church. Then, okay, the first time I definitely remember stealing was I stole from this lady's purse, a teacher at school. I was on, did I give it back? I probably should go up there right now and give a donation. That's probably what I need to do. It was this teacher at school, and I used to go to, what school was this? It was Douglas. I guess I was in House B at Douglas. I was in House A. I forgot. But this would have been like 1990. Okay, let me see. Hold on. If I graduated 8th grade in 95, it would have been like 1993 or something. Girl, that's so long ago. I can't remember shit. 30 years ago. Okay, that's how long ago this shit was. 30 years. So, I thought nobody even seen me steal that money out of her purse. I took $20 out of her, and I would take the money. I used to go to I remember with that 20, I went to the corner store. I got me some oatmeal cream pies. I got some vanilla ice cream. I got some of them toasted coconut donuts. I got me some tangy cheese chips. I was fat. I was still to eat. I was fat. We was poor, right? So I remember I stole from the lady purse, and I had got caught.
And I said, damn, how they catch me? Ain't nobody even seen me go in her purse. But they found each other. I had to go to the principal's office every day. And call my mama. I got my ass toe clean up. So that was the first time. The second time I remember stealing was at the church. The third time, this when I said I better stop this. I think I came to my senses after this, after the third time. After the third time, I said, this is, the third time I got caught. I said, no, I can't do this. It was like more like organized crime. I could have got a RICO charge. Let me tell you what had happened. I had this job, right? I told y'all this before. I had this job. I used to work at Frank's Nursery and Craft in North Riverside. Third? I know. Girl, I was a kid. You kids do dumb shit because they kids. I used to work at Frank's Nursery and Craft. It was in North Riverside, right? It was like, when you go into North Riverside, you gotta go past the Best Buy, and then on the right-hand side, before you go to the mall, there's the, it was Frank's Nursery and Craft, right? And I used to, I was on the cash register. Let me tell you what I used to do. So let's say you come and you come to the register and you do your stuff, right? You be like, okay, I'm gonna cash out. Back then, the credit card, everything was separate. It wasn't the same. So what I used to do is if your bill was like $37.41, right? I would charge your credit card $41 and whatever the cent is, and then take the $10 out the grocery store. Out the cash register. Out the grocery store, Lord Jesus. Out the cash register, right? So I would probably make about between like $80 and $100 doing that a day. Girl, today, I guess somebody down to the accounting department started doing a reconciliation. I thought you just started scamming. You a whole professional. I know, child. Somebody down to the accounting department started saying, "Wait a minute now, store number 672 look a little funny on the on the P&L." A day, child. I didn't do it like every day. It would be like, I'd probably do it like, if I ain't work, I was a kid. I wasn't working every day. I was only working like specific days. So I would only do it like, let's say if I work 3 days a week, I would do it like 2 days a week. I wouldn't do it the whole time. Yeah. But yeah, I did that. It's one of my fun. I'm not proud of it. Never sounds proud of it. Oh God, we thank God for deliverance. Oh girl, please. I ain't the only person.
This, you know what? This is the thing. It don't come up no more. This as far as it come up. I guess I didn't get the one with the extra long handle on it. It's fine. This one I like the spin mop. You ain't got to touch it. I twisted the pole. This is as far as it go up. It only go to 48. What's 48? 2, 4, 6, 8. That's 4 feet. This 4 feet tall. This about 4 feet. This about 2 feet. This 2 more feet. The tallest it go to 48. That's it. It's not meant for me. It's meant for Maria. I love this mop. Girl, it don't the fuck go up. Extendable telescope. 22 to 36 inches or 36 to 48. Bitch, you got 2 choices. 22 to 36 or 36 to 48. That's it. It don't go no fucking higher than that. Okay? Now, do you want the flow clean or not? What the fuck do the size of the mop got to do? Girl, twist. I have twisted. Girl, down, up, down, up, down, up. I'll talk to y'all later. Breon. She crazy as hell, but so are you. The helper came in with a bathrobe. A bathrobe and a suitcase. A roll-on suitcase. Bitch, if you're not showing down with Darius Cooks with a bathrobe and a roll-on suitcase, what are you doing? Okay? Do not ask me why she came in there with that bathrobe on. She was fully dressed, but don't ask me. I don't know. And she had that suitcase. She fit right at home. Anytime you show up, and that's my first time ever meeting you, and you that comfortable, bitch, you at home. She ain't going nowhere. All right? Nowhere.
I'm spirited about this Darius thing. You can't be up in here playing games with my Darius. I will fight you. Okay, I'm not even a fighting person. I don't fight people. But I promise you, boy, what year is this? Back in the top of, what was it, 2014? It was the end of 2014 or the beginning of 2015 when Darius was given to me. And baby, we went through it over on Periscope. And that baby let everything be known. You know, he was opening up. And, you know, you learn his story. And you be like, you know what? Not on my watch, okay? Nobody else is going to come in here and nobody's going to come in here and mess with my Darius.
All those missed.
Six, seven, eight. Why you gotta lie so much? You must wake up and just make up stuff. Cause I just do not understand why every time you talk, you tell a quick lie. You and your lies gotta go. Because I'm tired of talking to Pinocchio. Then you had a nerve to look folks in the eyes, knowing that you telling them lies. You be telling them lies. I asked you about this. Then you lied about it. I asked you about that. Then you lied about it. Get them lies together, they all over the place. I bet if Jesus came back, you would lie to his face. Damn, P-O-G-Yo. I guess you want to see how far your nose can grow. I said, P-No-G-Yo. I guess you want to see how far your nose can grow. Now, boo! Let's go. Stop telling all them lies, but what? Let's go. Because I don't believe that you say at this point. Because all you do is lie, lie, lie. Lie, lie, lie. Lie, 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 lie. Mama! 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 Mama!
What's up, good people? Let me know that you can hear me in the chat by typing Scampa. Scampa, if you can hear me in the chat, because Scampa, aka Darius Crooks, aka Darius Cooks, aka Darius Travoy Williams, has beckoned us. He missed us, y'all. He missed us. I know y'all missed me. You know, I have to take these little breaks from time to time. Just gotta, when the creative juices ain't there, I just gotta let them be. Let them marinate, do some downloading, get some new creativity, some new ideas, et cetera, et cetera. And so, yeah, that's what we've been doing. Also doing a lot of other things on our other platforms and all of that. But I've been getting a lot of messages that Darius Crooks has missed us and has brought me up a couple times, still telling the lunch machine lie, which is, I mean, it's not beyond me. I was going to say it's beyond me. But he's repeating this narrative. I hadn't said anything about him in well over a month or so. And he's still telling the same lie, even though we got receipts. We did a whole expose on it. But just like Donald Trump, Darius Cooks is still, you know, just lying. Don't matter. Just like the debate, Donald Trump just lying his ass off. Wasn't nothing true about what he was saying, but, you know. There's always delusional people who just buy into everything, receipts or not. So anyway, welcome everyone. Thank you for letting me know that you can hear me by typing Scampa. That wasn't the primary focus of this live. I had put this together yesterday. Then I was told yesterday, got a clip that he was lying about me. Then again this morning. So I was like, okay, fine. She wants it. Let's give it to her. So we do have the second half of the show will be a revisit of the lunch machine story overview, because we did go in depth. We had a 3-part series. I'll put the links in here in this live and below in the comment section for those of you who missed it, so you get the facts with receipts of what actually happened and not this made up version that Scam Yonsei is giving y'all. But thank you to everyone who's letting me know that you can hear me. Channel members, we got his AJ, this always something. His MJ, B Hunt, Marianne, Melisha, Saint Center, Marianne, Alice, and everyone else who's letting me know you can hear me. I greatly appreciate it. And I see Karma's near. And thank you to the 97% of you who are watching and voted on YouTube to say that you have liked this video and shared it. If you have not as of yet, please like this video and share it. It is free to you, but it is invaluable to me and the growth of this channel. So I greatly appreciate it in advance. Also, for those of you who may not know, it's been down a while now. If you were a part of the VIP text community, it is no longer in service. We had to move on because they wanted to charge us basically 5 times more than what we were paying. More than that, really. But anyway, we have now moved our platform for communication and interaction over to Telegram, in addition to our other social media platforms. But if you want to be able to get notifications of when we go live, special updates, random stuff that I share, please join our Telegram group. You can hold your phone up to the QR code there and log in. Or you can find me on Telegram at Vell BVIP. Yeah, it's great over there. And lastly, don't forget that we have our channel membership over here on YouTube. What that allows you to have is exclusive content, early access to exclusive content, exclusive live streams where it's Vell Unfiltered. You also get use of special emojis that you see there in the chat, and much, much, much more. So if you're interested in that, and you also just want to support me, this channel, etc., please join our channel membership. It should be a join button below, depending on the device you are viewing on. Also, moving into our first segment of today, we have our missing person segment where we bring attention to some of our missing people in hopes that in us spreading the word that they will be found. Today we have, what we have, 4? Yeah, we have 4. First one, yeah, that was first one. First one is Vanika Williams. She's been missing since December the 22nd of 2017. She is 34 years old now. She was missing from New York, New Jersey. She is medium complexion, 5 foot 3 inches, 142 pounds, medium length hair, black hair, brown eyes. She was last seen on the 100 block of Dayton Street, and this was in New York, Newark, New Jersey. And she was heading to Jersey City was the last circumstances they knew of her whereabouts. I got to put my glasses on. I'm trying to not use them, but I got to. If you have any information on her whereabouts, you can contact the Newark Police Division, Special Victims Division at area code 973-733-7273. And then next we have a young man, teenager, Israel Michael Myers, missing since July 5th of 2024. He is 16 years old, from Oakland, California. He is light complected. He is 5 foot 6 inches, 120 pounds. Hair color, they say other, but as we see here in this picture, I'm not sure if this picture is recent, but he may have blonde, well, black hair with blonde highlights, medium hair length, brown eyes. Says he was last seen on the 1200 block of 65th Avenue on July 5th of 2024 at approximately 10:30 p.m. Circumstances of his disappearance are unknown. However, if you have any information, you can contact the Oakland Police Department at area code 510-238-3641. Then we have Jaden Richards, and this is out of Washington, D.C. They said 15-year-old Jaden Richards, who was last seen in the 200 block of I Street Southeast on Sunday, July the 7th of 2024. He is described as a black male at 5'3", 120 pounds, light brown complexion with black hair and brown eyes. He was last seen wearing a black ski mask, black Armani Exchange hoodie with white lettering, and light blue distressed jeans, carrying a red scarf book bag. So if you have any information on Jaden's whereabouts, you can contact anonymously at area code 202-727-9099, or you can text 50411. And then lastly, but certainly not least, we have Jada Torres. She's been missing since July the 2nd of 2024. She is 17 years old, from Brooklyn, New York. She is biracial, medium complexion, 5'6", 149 pounds. She has blonde hair color, medium length hair, and brown eyes. They say that she was last seen leaving her residence around 2 a.m. on July 2nd of 2024. She is without her cell phone, and circumstances of her disappearance are also unknown. If you have any information about her whereabouts, you can contact the NYPD's Crime Stoppers at area code 800-577-8477. And we do these from time to time. We're moving into being a little bit more consistent with them. But I run into a ton of these on a weekly basis. I reshare them on my social media platforms. But what I'm also noticing is that there's definitely something going on with our missing people. And I want us to be more alert. And I ran into this video that for me was just a reminder that we need to be mindful with our youngsters when we have them out and about, make sure that really have them with somebody as much as possible, or make sure we're tracking them at all times. Hold on, I thought I had pulled this clip in and I hadn't. Here's a video of a young girl who was walking in her neighborhood, and this is what occurred.
My house down there. Oh. Got what? What got bro? Hold up. Hey, go back. Go back. Ain't nobody over here got you. Go back that way.
Excuse me.
Go back that way.
Can I come in your house?
Yes, come on. Please go back that way. I'm asking you.
Come on.
Come on.
My phone.
We're okay. Go back down to your place. Yes, I'm safe. You got a knife in your hand. You're closer to him killing me. I'm at my house. Go back home. Are you racing or you home? That's where that baby at. She's still.
So if you couldn't tell from the video what was happening, the little girl was walking in her neighborhood, heading home, I think, and this man was trying to kidnap her that she did not know. So she sees the man in the video sitting on his porch, and she's asking him for help. Like, this guy is trying to take me and I don't know him. And he defends her by running in and grabbing his gun and telling the guy to go away. And the guy, even the kidnapper, was adamant, still trying to, with a knife, because he said, the guy who lives at this house says, you have a knife. That's why he grabbed his gun on top of that. Craziness. But imagine if, God forbid, this man didn't happen to be on his porch or no one was around, that man would have snatched up that little girl, and ain't no telling what would have happened to her. So just be mindful that it's rough out here, and there's a lot of crazy people, and we can't just take it for granted that because our kids are responsible, etc., that they'll be okay. Because sometimes, there are a lot of predators out there. There are the predator scammers like Darius Cooks and others, but there's also these predators who are out there grabbing up little girls, women, and men. We have a lot of missing men and teenager boys on here too. So yeah, just wanted to play that for you guys to be mindful of that. And moving on to our next topic where we talk about predators. We currently have an election coming up where we're voting for a person who is not perfect by no means versus a predator. Poll question I'm putting out here is, are you planning on voting in the November presidential election? Know that, there's a lot of conversation going on out there about it. Most recently, Maxine Waters, Congresswoman, was on a stage and she was being interviewed, and she has some things to say about those who the conversation that's being had about Biden and him being old and all that stuff. So let's take a quick listen.
Now at a point in time where people are talking about Biden is too old. Hell, I'm older than Biden.
You look good, Congresswoman.
And I get up every morning.
All right.
And I exercise.
All right.
And I work late hours.
All right.
I take care of black people.
All right.
Trump has told you who he is. He defined himself. He is a no good, deplorable, lying, despicable human being. And he's talking about if he doesn't win, there's going to be a bloodbath. There's going to be violence. There's going to be a civil war. Who the hell do you think he's coming after? Who's going to be targeted? Who is he talking about? But he means business because he is the one that led the invasion on the Capitol January 6th. Now, do we have to talk about the difference between these two? Now, I want to tell you, no matter what anybody says, it ain't going to be no other Democratic candidate. It's going to be Biden, and we better know it.
So this comment from Alice, very important. I'm going to put this out here as a poll question too. Well, I'm glad to see this at least. Well, partially, because 16% of y'all need help. But 84% of you said, yes, you are voting. Unless you cannot vote legally. Are you a felon? Did you a felon? We need to talk about that too, because you're voting for it. You have the option of voting for a felon this year. You have the option of voting for a felon. If you're wise, you would not. But we have 83% of you who said you are voting. Thank God. We have 17% of you who, I'm just going to assume that you cannot vote. Like that's got to be the only reason that you're not voting. Unless you don't like your freedom and you want to be held in concentration camps and you want racism. Well, racism here, but you want to go back into slavery. Unless you, I'm sorry. We do have a diverse audience. There could be some of you who want to put people back in slavery. That's got to be the only, that's all I can think of. Have you read? I should ask this instead because I already know most of y'all ain't read it. Are you familiar with Project 2025? Are you familiar with Project 2025? Because some of y'all still treating this like any old election and ain't really waking up. And I'm saying that based on some of these comments too. Alice is saying we have a choice between democracy and Trump. Right. Because some people, I don't know what's happening here. I know what's happening. Because a lot of y'all getting confused by social media rhetoric. Yeah, that was terrifying. That was about the little girl. Both are trash. Neither has done anything for our community. That's not true. It's just not true. Yeah, Trump is trash. I agree with that, but that's just not true. People need to really educate themselves versus just making blanket statements. You are too old. This is speaking about Maxine Waters. You're too old. You need to go as well. And that's fine. And I do agree that there should be some age limits on some of this stuff. But in this particular case, we're kind of where we are, and we need to make decisions that will lead us into a future that allows us to have a future. Maxine is old and Biden is old. Biden old is two different things. Well, yeah, black don't crack most times. Presidents is for everyone, not just 13% of the population. Black people need to buy land and start our own communities. Yeah, unfortunately, we still have a country that has the laws and that rules even the land that we own. So I get, and I'm totally for building communities for sure, but just be mindful that we still cannot do that without our government. We still got to pay taxes. If you don't pay no taxes, they're going to take that land from you. So we're still beholden to the law of this country that we are in. Therefore, we need to have people who have the power be at least where they're not trying to end us. I ain't gonna get too deep into all that. Right. Most people aren't going to read the 109 pages, if anything, so they don't even care to understand what's happening. Right. And that's the scary part for me, is that people are going to wait until it's too late and then want to demonstrate. Like, and then by then it's too late. We're already living in it. We're already experiencing it. We're already watching the tragedies happen behind it. Are y'all watching these marches these militant marches that these neo-Nazi, the KKK, they've now switched from the hoods, the white hoods, to ski masks and hats and khakis, looking like Best Buy representatives marching in Nashville. What? 3 U-Haul truckloads of them just coming out and then marching randomly, putting white power stuff all over the place. Y'all got to wake up. What do they call themselves? Patriot something. Wake up. Don't wait until it's too late. We already know that no matter who wins, if Biden wins, what we saw January 6th was 2021 was just a preview of what's to come. And they're getting to the place, and I'm telling y'all, like, wake the fuck up. They will come in our communities and try to do those things and try to take us out, knowing that they will not be held liable. Wake up. The Supreme Court just gave the president immunity for criminal from crimes, from doing anything illegal. You can just do whatever. That's preparing and setting the scene for Trump to be able to become a king, not a president. Pay attention. I ain't gonna spend too much time on it. We're gonna talk about this more. I'm gonna keep harping on it. But there's 16% of y'all who, if you ain't a felon, I don't understand why you're not voting. Unless, again, you're on the opposition, you're on the opposite side, and you want all that to happen. Are you familiar with Project 2025? 88% of y'all are. That's good to hear. 12% of you are not. If you are not, it is a manifesto about what Trump people, the extremists, what they plan to do with the country when Trump becomes president, really in general, but part of Trump becoming president will definitely accelerate that for them. And they want to have complete power, white domination. Basically, Jim Crow will come back. America post the Civil War will be the land that we will be living in, is what Project 2025 is laying out. They laid out the whole plan. They got real bold. They used to have it. They used to have this stuff from the public, but now they bold, making public announcements about it because they that sure that they about to make this happen. So just wake up. Speaking of racists, have you heard the latest story about Hulk Hogan. Because it's getting bold. We got the celebrities who are aligning with this stuff, getting a little more bolder. You got to pay attention. Remember, use that third eye and that third ear. I tell y'all, every time we come on, I'm telling y'all now, because this is crazy out here. Have you heard the latest story of Hulk Hogan, who fired a woman, basically ended her contract? She wasn't an employee, but ended a contract with an influencer when he found out she was black. And here's the lady's story. There's music playing, so I'm going to mute it and just kind of, I guess I'm going to read it as we go, I guess. That's how I'm best to do it. She's not talking no way. I think it's buffering. Is it still buffering? Why ain't it playing? Okay, I don't know what's happening with this. It played earlier, though. Let me see. Take it out and put it right back in. If not, it's no biggie. So anyway, what's happening in this particular story is there was a young lady. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna do a screen share because it does have multiple pictures of her. Let me see. Give me a second. That's odd. That's not playing because it did. Here it is. We'll screen share it. Also make sure this is clear. That could be it too. A quick player could be a problem. Okay, we're gonna do a screen share instead. So again, it's music playing. So I'm gonna just read it to y'all. She doesn't talk. But anyway, this young lady was paid to be a brand ambassador for Hulk Hogan's new line of beer called Real American Beer. Gotta pay attention to this. Third eye, third ear, y'all. And her contract was canceled the next day after she attended her first event. That's her with Hulk Hogan. So we know it's not a lie. Look, that smile ain't even real. Look at his smile like, good Lord, how they send me this? So what occurred was she was hired by an agency, obviously. Hulk Hogan's team, or whoever's in charge of this, they said, hey, we need influencers. We need some beautiful young ladies. Give us some Hooter style, beautiful young ladies who can, hold your beer cans next to their, boobs. And they're like, okay, great. What his team didn't say is, we need them to look like Karens, blonde Karens. They didn't specify. So they sent, beautiful young ladies. The problem is they're a little too brown. So she did two separate videos. So these are the two. This is the second video. Says one day after promoting his brand, well, you saw her in the video. You saw her with him. He canceled her contract. However, and when she talked to the team, when they called her, the people who hired her for the gigs, and what they messaged her, and they said, unfortunately, they're canceling your contract. She was like, did I do something wrong? What happened? They're like, oh, no, he's canceling the events. It ain't you. You ain't do nothing wrong. He's actually canceling all of the events. So she's like, oh, okay. But then she turns around and sees that, no, he didn't cancel those events. Those events are still occurring. However, the brown girls have been replaced by these two women here. She says, I don't know, but these are the new brand ambassadors that he hired. Here's the text message from the agency. Her name is Essence. Says, Essence, you didn't do anything wrong at all. In fact, I'm sure you did great. But this client wants us to cancel the rest of the events this week. I'm really sorry. Essence replies, oh my God, what happened? Are they only taking me off of the events, or are they canceling the events completely? The person responds, all the rest of the events are canceled completely. So they probably got rid of that entire agency. Like, oh no, they don't understand when they hear our voice that they should only supply people who look like us and sound like us. She says, I was told the events were being completely canceled. You now see all of a sudden his smile, he looks very much more happy than he did in the little cringy picture he took with her. And look who's standing behind him. Look who's standing behind him. 1, 2, 3. What do they look like? They're on a boat. She said, I guess they didn't have room for us on the boat. Those ladies also got taken out on a boat somewhere. They wasn't invited. The 2 brown girls. So that's that was the most recent situation with Hulk Hogan, and it has definitely been trending. One TikToker did a story on this, and it was a black guy, and he was like, y'all know what we need to do? We need to boycott American beer. I said, y'all don't understand what's happening. Real American beer ain't for you. It ain't for us. It's not for us. It's coded. We're going to get to that in a second. Close out this poll question so we put the next one in. Have you heard the latest story of Hulk Hogan firing a woman for being black? 53% of y'all have, so almost half. Well, a little more than half of y'all had. My next question was, and I didn't really remember this, because y'all got to remember, I really just started really being on social media in 2020. Before that, I was, just living my life. I hit stuff here, there in the news, but I was busy. The next poll question is, did you know that Hulk Hogan has a history of being called a racist? Did you know? And I kind of forgot about it until this, and then I started looking. I was like, oh, I forgot all about that. So there's an article here, and I ain't gonna read the whole thing, but I just found this interesting because all of a sudden my third eye and third ear was peeking. I was like, yeah, this is what's happening here. This article by The Intelligencer is saying that Hulk Hogan launches real American beer in St. Louis. Find it near you. It says, let me tell you something, brother. You're going to want to cross the mighty Mississippi River into Missouri if you want Hulk Hogan's new real American beer. The diehard wrestling fans can more than likely picture the iconic Hulk Hogan shouting those words, and that's because he is launching his new beer, and the St. Louis region and Missouri is one of the places getting the early taste. In a report from the St. Louis Post-Dispatch, I love them because they really heavily covered the Tim Norman trial. Says the 80s wrestler icon sees this business venture as an opportunity after St. Louis-based Anheuser-Busch lost money following the boycott of Bud Light after marketing the product featuring transgender influencer Dalen Mulvaney. So watch what's happening here. He's seeing an opening. Hey, Michelle. He's seeing an opening because of the let me see. Because of the hate that came out of that promotion where Anheuser-Busch was trying to be more open to all people by having different people featured on their cans. And when they featured a transgender person and featuring pride, the racists who drank it and the transphobic people who drank it had a fit, and people started boycotting. And you saw, you started to see that vitriol, that energy coming from people who looked a certain way. Hulk Hogan is quoted in this article as saying, I see this as an open lane right now. He says, this open lane is saying we are American and America's been waiting for this beer. And then they're saying it's expected. He's expected to visit St. Louis, reportedly promoting the beer on July 19th. Now, what I'm not sure is, because I didn't dig deep to see if I didn't check to see if the promotion that this Essence, the influencer, did, if it was in St. Louis or not. But he was also quoted as saying, America's at its best when united. And if there's one thing we can all agree on, it's this simple pleasure of sharing a beer. That's why we started Real American Beer, to bring people together one beer at a time. It's BS. I call BS. I call it a dog whistle for those who have the same views, because what I'm noticing, I'm on social media a lot, y'all. I'm on Twitter a lot. I've been posting more shorts and stuff on YouTube, and the rhetoric, the racist rhetoric coming under my videos that have nothing to do with race or anything is ridiculous. And I'm like, I'm just noticing this. It's the bots, it's the Trump bots and stuff. But some of the coded words that they are using is real American, freedom, patriot. All of those are their code words for white power, basically, to sum it up quickly. And hate, basically. For those of you who didn't know, just to show you who he is. Here's a clip from back in, I forgot what year this was. But Hulk Hogan was called out some years ago because he was caught in a racist rant about his daughter's boyfriend at the time, who happened to be black. And he was calling him the N-word. And he said something, and I didn't think to pull that quote. I saw it yesterday. He said something to the effect of, if she's gonna date an N-word, at least let it be a professional athlete N-word making money like whatever, I can't remember the person, versus a regular N-word. And so the racist rant got out. It was published, went all over the place. And this was him apologizing years ago. I forgot what year. I forgot what year. But this is him apologizing way back when. And yet we see today the same kind of behavior. And a real American beer. So this is basically like white power beer. White power beer. Lord, is everything going? It must be StreamYard acting up then. Hold on, we got to share this one to screen share this one. That's crazy. What the hell? Y'all see it? I be trying. This is why I gotta have certain energy to come live, y'all. Sometime. Okay. I mean, it's totally the videos ain't work. Oh, you know what? But I could probably try to pull it back in. Let's see if this will work. It just plays better when I do it this way. Nope. It's this one. What the hell? Here it is.
Hulk Hogan, controversial athlete and actor, headline-making reality TV star. The guy was a game changer in the world of professional wrestling. But tonight, in the midst of a racial slur scandal, he's fighting to repair his legacy, opening up exclusively to ABC's Amy Robach about the fallout and the path to forgiveness.
Hulk Hogan's here! Hulk Hogan is in the building!
With his signature leg drop, horseshoe mustache, and unrivaled strength, 12-time world champion Hulk Hogan single-handedly transformed wrestling into a global phenomenon.
Unbelievable!
Today, he's fighting outside of the ring to maintain his legacy.
Could we stop for a second?
Terry Bollea, the man behind the once indestructible Hulkster, letting his guard down.
Out of everything that I've been through, this one hit me probably the hardest, and that's a heck of a thing to say, because I've been through a lot of crazy stuff.
Including an admission of steroid use and his son's legal issues. But last month, a new controversy which threatens to erase his legacy. The National Enquirer reports that Hogan used racial slurs in audio secretly recorded.
I was at the lowest point of my life. My personal life was destroyed. I was very mad at my daughter. I was upset over a situation that happened between her and her boyfriend, and I had no idea I was being taped.
He had no idea he was being taped. Had I known that, I wouldn't have said how I really felt. That's not the point. Obviously, you didn't know you were being taped. That's how we got the truth about who you were, or are rather. Hello?
It was to the point where I wanted to kill myself. I sat in my bathroom.
Notice when anyone does something egregious, the scammers, the racist people like this, they always want to throw the mental health thing, because now you got to feel sorry for them. That's when you know they're not really apologizing. He's not apologizing for what he did or what he said. He's apologizing because he wants to maintain his life, his world, for himself. That's a telltale sign. When the apology is about the people you harm, you don't bring up yourself.
By myself when my ex-wife was gone and the kids were gone, and I was completely broken and destroyed. And I said, what's the easiest way out of this? I mean, I was lost.
You were suicidal.
Yes, I was.
Father's Day card for Brooke?
A stark contrast from the Hulk, whose upbeat and tight-knit family was portrayed over 4 seasons of the reality show Hogan Knows Best, where he was overprotective of his only daughter, Brooke.
I mean, I'm almost 18 and I haven't even had a boyfriend yet.
Well, that's good. That's what I wanted.
But according to the National Enquirer, he refers to his daughter's then-boyfriend using the N-word.
Do you have any personal preference who ethnically your daughter dates?
No, I don't. Actually, the guy my daughter was dating, I liked him a lot.
You liked him so much you called him an N-word, a ninja. And you said, if you're going to date a ninja, at least date a rich one. That don't sound like somebody you like.
I've known him for quite a while, and I was very mad at a personal situation that happened with my daughter.
Are you a racist?
No, I'm not. I'm not a racist. I never should have said what I said. It was wrong. I'm embarrassed by it. But a lot of people need to realize that you inherit things from your environment. And where I grew up was South Tampa, Port Tampa, and it was a...
The other thing that, again, people who ain't sorry for what they did, grifters, etc. Another thing they do is point the finger. So he's saying, see, it ain't really my fault that I am a racist and that I've been caught saying these things. It's the fault of where I came from. It's their fault.
Really rough neighborhood, very low income. And all my friends, we greeted each other saying that word. We teased each other with that word. The word was just thrown around like it was nothing.
Is it fair to say that you inherited a racial bias?
I would say that is very fair, but you can break the cycle. And that's what everybody needs to know. You can break this cycle and become a better person, become who you're meant to be instead of who you're supposed to be.
Following these allegations, the WWE fired Balea. The legendary career he spent a lifetime building wiped out.
I was totally shocked because I've worked with the WWE for almost 30 years off and on, and then all of a sudden, everything I'd done, my whole career, my whole life, was like it never happened.
Your image, your likeness, your name erased.
Yeah, like I'd never existed.
That had to hurt.
Oh my gosh, it was devastating. It destroyed me. I mean, I don't know how to say it other than that. It was my whole life.
Many industry bigwigs have come to his defense. Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson states, "I've known Terry for a lot of years. I had not known the man to be racist."
It kills me when you get this flying monkey behavior too. I want y'all to understand that flying monkey behavior ain't just isolated to followers of influencers or followers of celebrities. They can also be the friends of those people who do flying monkey behavior like The Rock sitting here doing. He's saying, I have not known him to be a racist. Well, for one, you're not black. For two, you're one of the rich ninjas that he would be okay with. He said it in his own statement. that he be okay dealing with a ninja and his daughter bringing a ninja into their world if the ninja was rich. Well, you qualify as a rich, because sometimes racists will overlook your race based on your economic level. The caste system. You got the racial system, which is a social construct. It is not real. But you got the race system, colorism, and then you have the caste system, which is based on your economic level. So sometimes you can overcome, to some degree, your racial level to be if you're on a higher caste level. That's where he falls in. But he too slow to realize that. Because I ain't no flying monkey. I'll call a Rock out too.
George Foreman says, I do.
Oh, is the Rock half black? I thought he was all something else. Then you got this one.
Do not condone the language he used, but he is no racist. He is a good guy.
Again, George Foreman. You, ninja, are not like the other ninjas he's referring to. You are in a higher caste system. So you're not going to get the same treatment that he would give to the person, a contractor who's coming to do work on his house, or IT person. He needs a new network in his house, a new server. You know, when you're rich, you got big mansions and stuff. You got servers. You got your own server. If he had the choice between a white man or anybody else of any other race and a black person, he ain't going to pick the black person, because that black person's on a lower caste system than him, as well as got the wrong color. You ain't going to experience what he does to everybody else. He ain't going to do it in front of you. Right, B Hunt. They not like us.
He used, but he is no racist. He is a good guy. Even Hogan's daughter, Brooke, chimes in.
Your daughter posted a beautiful poem on Facebook.
Okay, so we done with that. So I saw somebody mention, hold on. I saw somebody mention, well, let me just do the comments. Falcon fan forever. Welcome to the channel, friend. I saw you said that you just became a channel, a subscriber of the channel. Welcome. Welcome to the Veeple family. And you're saying he's always been like that. Hey, CJ, I hate for anybody to ever be discriminated against, but the allegations against him are not new. People got to have better discernment and stop putting themselves in these positions. Yeah. But who knows? She could be, she's younger. So maybe, because I think it's just like the Darius Cooks things and other scammers that we see. The news gets old. And so the new people come along and they don't know about it because it's not something that's constantly in the news cycle. So it could be that she didn't know. Could be that once the situation happened to her, it caused her to look into it and say, and then find out, oh, this ain't new. And then maybe that's why she called him out. Who knows? Saint Center is saying, well, it's a well-kept secret in the wrestling world that he is a racist. Yeah, I followed him as a kid. I enjoyed wrestling at a point in my life, and I was a fan of Hulk Hogan. And I didn't know until I was an adult that there was a problem with him. There's no such thing as hidden racism anymore. No, they are very bold with it. And a part of me appreciates it. A part of me, I mean, it's toxic and all of that, but I prefer you let me know who you are in the gate, because then I know how to deal with you and I don't have to, play detective to figure it out. I'm glad they don't hide anymore. Make it easier for me so I don't have to deal with you at all. Yes. Yep. Basically, I just said that. What happened to his daughter? Here's what I want to do. Kimmy K. Whatever happened to his daughter? She used to love Blackpink. Now I don't know about all that. So his daughter, Hulk Hogan's daughter, does not communicate. Well, I shouldn't say communicate, but does not have a relationship with him as of right now. She actually had a post, and I ran. Oh, it's right here. So Hulk Hogan had his third marriage sometime, I think, in 2023. And his son attended the wedding, and his daughter did not attend the wedding. So there was speculation on social media, etc. So she took to her Instagram and she did this post here, and it says, "As many of you know, I value my privacy, but unfortunately, a lot of media outlets are making assumptions as to why I did not attend my father's third wedding. Instead of party just got cut off. Instead of something speculating it, I decided it was better to write it all down here." She says, "As we all experience this with our own families, the dynamics of a family unit continuously changes over the years. With that being said, my family has experienced a lot of change with all of it happening in the public eye. I've had to learn how to best navigate those changes as they come, which has been difficult to say the least. For my own journey to healing and happiness, I have chosen to create some distance between myself and my family, and I'm focusing on people and things that heal my heart and align with my personal beliefs, goals, and values. I wish him well," with a heart emoji. That is where his daughter is right now. So that's basically saying he ain't a good man. I'm just saying so. I mean, it's something wrong. It's something. I mean, we know what's wrong. We just talked about what's wrong, but there's obviously something going on in his personal life too. And as far as, what she's attracted to, I don't know if she's with a man of color or now or not. I have no idea. I did watch their reality show. I was a fan of the reality show, but I have not followed them since then. Let me know to go around through you. Right. Yes. When a person is racist, let me know in the gate. That way I know should I go around you or should I go through you? Speaking of more crazy things happening in the world, I was gonna say we're gonna lighten up the show. It'll get fun. This ain't fun. It'll get fun in a minute. I'll put it that way. Next story. Oh, let me close this out. Poll question we're closing out. Did you know that Hulk Hogan has a history with being called a racist? 70% of you did know. 30% of you did not. Now you know. If you didn't know, now you know. Next poll question coming out here for our next story. Have you had any situations? I'm probably going to pull this in fresh too. Have you had any situations or heard of any situations in your state with these flash mob raids that is happening, where these groups of usually young people, 20s, teens to 20s, where they are running in these stores and groups of them, 20 plus of them, and just robbing the stores.
Surveillance.
And here's a story here that just happened recently. And this is in Oakland, California. This is a gas station. Sorry, I didn't give enough heads up on this stuff.
Surveillance video shows a brazen flash mob style robbery of the 76 gas station mini market on Hagenberger Road in Oakland. It happened early Friday morning around 4 o'clock. Dozens of people ransacked the store. Owner Sam Marday tells me the free-for-all lasted about 40 minutes.
This is the hardest thing you could ever go through, especially if you've been put in sweat and tears day in, day out.
This 24-hour business was offering only window service during the overnight hours. But Marday says the thieves broke in through the front door while 2 employees were inside.
You can see the shattered glass right here. This is the way they entered.
He shared this video of the damage left by the thieves. They emptied shelves and display cases of merchandise, along with cash totaling $25,000 from the register and the ATM that had just been filled for the holiday weekend. Marday says,
I'm like, that's a lot of damn money for. I'm like, did he say that for insurance purposes? $25,000. Why is that store holding $25,000? I work as a teenager. I worked at a gas station. Ain't no way, and we were a busy one. Ain't no way we would have kept that much money in that store. $25,000. What?
He and his family had just taken over this business last August.
Building yourself for the last 10 months, and then you're back to square one.
He tells me he is aware that this area is a hotspot for thieves because of its proximity to the Oakland airport, and travelers are considered easy targets.
I did not think it's this terrible. I thought maybe once every blue moon.
Marday suspects the thieves are people who participated in a sideshow in the area. He says police did not respond to the robbery until almost 9 hours later.
As of right now, we don't see any improvements, not even a little bit. Hopefully, you know, the right people will hear this message and start making the right moves, you know, to save the city.
What are you going to do now, moving forward?
Rebuild and pray.
Council member Reed says more does need to be done and that those involved must be identified and held accountable.
So I'm actually a little surprised by the vote. I expect to see more, but it could be something that we're seeing more in larger cities. But the poll question I'm closing out here says, have these mob raids of stores occurred in your state? 71% of you say no. 29% of you say yes. I'm also, because some of y'all don't be paying no attention. I'm also curious. Are you right? Do you know for sure, or is it just because you ain't heard about it? But it has become an epidemic that I see often. I know for sure in New York, Chicago for sure, California. Those are the places I definitely, off the top of my head, know that I've seen stories recently for sure. But they're going in like Targets and Walmarts and everything. And now I'm starting to see even smaller videos of them going in like the Dollar General type stores. And it might just be 5 of them. They're going in shoe stores. There was a video I saw recently. But yeah, it's getting really bad. And it's getting to the point that there was a real big one a week or two ago. I think I did it as a reel. I never talked about it over here as a long form video, but there was a jewelry store somewhere in California, if I'm not mistaken, or it was Florida. But there was a jewelry store that I think there were 40 people who came into the jewelry store, broke into the jewelry store. The jewelry store had a security guard, but they were like, I think 20, 30 of them, or 40, whatever it was, but they couldn't stop that many people. So he ran, and they just came in and they smashed all the display cases and stole all the jewelry. It had also happened to another jewelry store in that same city, a couple miles away, weeks before. So that jewelry store had said, we were kind of thinking it would be only a matter of time before it would happen to us. The crazy part is, I don't know what to do. I don't know what you do about it. And they said, even in this case, the police, I think, took 7 hours to respond. I don't get that part. I don't understand 7 hours for them to respond. I don't know, but I'm not in law enforcement, so I don't know what their reasoning is. Were they trying to put together the SWAT team? People were on vacation. I don't know what was happening. Ms. Kim says, my friend and I were low-key joking that if someone flash mob Gucci or Hermes, let us know. Well, they have. You missed the notice. They actually have done the higher end stores in Chicago for sure. They've done them other places. There was again, there's so many I've seen that I don't know. I don't off the top of my head know all the locations, but there was definitely one in some other state. But there's definitely been a high-end stores in downtown Chicago that they've done it to. Yeah, it's bad. It's bad. And so I'm thinking at this point, at some point, as if this continues, we're going to end up with nothing but online shopping being an option, or these stores are going to make it where literally anything you want is going to be behind a wall, and they'll have to bring you one item at a time kind of thing. I know in downtown Chicago, it was becoming an issue with theft in Walgreens, which for us is like Dwayne Reed, because I know different places got different stores, but it's like a pharmacy, Dwayne Reed, and whatever else I can't think of right now, Osco. But they have made it now where they blocked off, where it's just pretty pretty much a lobby area, and the rest of the store is behind a wall, and they have to bring you whatever you want. So yeah, it's getting, I got a feeling that we're going to start seeing that more and more. Yeah, CVS, Rite Aid, right. So it's crazy out here. Don't believe everything. I don't believe everything I see. I think these are planned, scamming for insurance. I don't put that past anyone. I don't think all of these are that by any means. I do think the majority of these are real. And like I said, I've seen like those ones like we just saw here. That's big. So 70 people, whatever. I don't know. But how does the owner organize 70 people and then it don't get out? I don't know. Anything's, I mean, I'm saying that, yes, I agree with you that it can be, but I don't think the majority of these that we are hearing about are that, because I've seen them be smaller scale where, again, it's 5 to 10 people and they just stole a few things. It's not the whole store was raided. So it's just becoming a thing. Like if we come in numbers, we can get out of here and, you know, take some stuff. Okay, it's not an emergency according to them. To me, 70 people in a place like that is an emergency. Somebody can get harmed. He said 9 hours. Was it 9? I just said 77 off the top of my head. Says in small towns too, like the town I live in, we had 3 businesses robbed one day by 3 to 4 people. Yeah, see, that's so they're smaller groups. I don't believe the own. I mean, you can't. Well, I don't know. I guess they can make an insurance claim for a few items, but it ain't worth the time, the real effort of an business owner for an insurance claim for maybe $500 or $1,000 worth of stuff. I saw a clip where they hit a Gucci store, took several of the huge duffel bags. Yeah, I've seen it a few times. Like last year, I think. What did this start happening during the pandemic? Right after the pandemic, I feel like it's when it started to happen. They do it in South Florida every day. Yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy because it's becoming a regular occurrence where it used to be something like, oh my God, now it's like, oh my God, here's another one. To the point I would not want to open up any kind of store like that. Chicago and downtown, Michigan Avenue will be a ghost town soon. Yeah, I believe that too. I'm a person who really only enjoys shopping online anyway. So to be honest, it ain't hurting me. I'm good with it. But I know that there are people who love to shop, you know, and people want to touch things and all of that. And honestly, every blue moon, I will go to a store, depending on what the item is, because I want to actually see it, you know, look at it, feel it, touch it, all that. So I would like to still have those options and not have it be removed. In California, they say they were not going to do anything about this because they don't have enough police to catch them. And here's the problem. Having that mindset is just going to embolden the thieves. So we're just going to end up with more of these because they're going to feel like it's a crime that they never will get caught for because they like, oh, the police don't respond to this crime. I think that's not a good way to look at it. They robbed a pharmacy and took money and narcotics. Oh, my God. It's crazy. Yes, I think after the pandemic. Yeah, because I think, remember, like during the pandemic, it became a thing at a certain point where the teenagers and younger people would create online. They would just create a party and say, hey, let's meet up, you know, in downtown Chicago. And then the next thing you know, it's like 500 or 1,000 people in downtown Chicago. And they like jumping on cars and just some wild random party. And I think what came out of that was they realized their ability to organize in such an easy way. And they's like, hell, if all 50 of us go in this store, they can't stop us all. They can't catch us all. And I think that's how it started to develop. And now it's just a thing. And then you got the dark web. You got Telegram, which we use for good purposes over here to have fun and share information. But there are people who use Telegram and those other platforms so that they can organize for crime purposes because that stuff isn't easily trackable by the police. They're stealing stuff and selling it right out the front of the stores. I just saw it on the selling it right in front of the stores. Oh, wow. Now that's crazy. Love to shop, love my bags, my shoes. So I need to go to the store and try them on. Right. And I know there are people, I have friends who love to shop. Like anytime we go out of town, we got to hit up a mall. They got to hit up a mall. I end up just being drug along. And that's not my favorite thing to do, but I know it comes with the territory of traveling with them. And for hours, 3 to 5 hours, I'm like, oh my God. But there are people who really, really enjoy that. Are they hitting up dispensaries now too? Wait a minute. I have a friend who owns a dispensary. No, that was a different situation. That's private, but it was a different situation, but it was somebody breaking in and robbing. Craziness. It was happening before the pandemic in the DMV area. Okay. They call it snatch and grab. It's super common in South Florida. Craziness. So yeah, just be on the lookout. If you're a store owner, I don't know what to tell you. Honestly, I pray for you. Pray for you. Moving on to our next topic. Only an hour and 15 minutes. Maybe because of these shorter stories. I feel like I've been talking forever. I feel like I've been on for 3 hours already. It's because I ain't been on it so long. Andrew Caldwell. No, we like to talk about him from time to time. I think he's an interesting character. Andrew Caldwell, he knows how to make himself go viral, for sure. He knows how to do that. And so he was recently in an interview. I don't even know where this was, but he was recently doing an interview, and he was talking about his dating of women. And some people will say, poll question I'm putting out, do you think that Andrew Caldwell is still gay? He proclaims at every turn that he is not, that he likes women's. And here's Andrew sharing where he currently is with his dating life.
Dating anyone for real?
I'm not dating no one right now. Y'all need friends?
Okay, so you want the Meow for real?
I want the Meow.
All right, but like, you know,
want some sexy?
You know, this little sexy. We be wanting like, you gotta
I get hard for women now.
Oh,
I get hard for women now. I don't get hard for men.
Dang.
So when God take the desire from you, you are what you say you are.
Right.
Just
Well,
like
you tried it?
Try what?
The Meow.
I have, and it feels good. It's like when I touch a woman, you guys' body are more firm.
You gotta listen. When you touch a woman's body, it's more firm. A woman's body is more firm than a man's body? Yeah, no. That's how you know he lying. He is trolling.
What's soft?
Yeah.
It's firm and soft. How can it be both firm and soft?
It feel good. It actually feel good, but I'm not going to try it for a while because I have.
It feels good, but he not going to try it for a while. I thought you already have. I thought you already know what it feel like. So what do you mean you're not going to try it? You're not trying it. You've been there, done that.
To wait till I get married.
Mitch Lanford, what is he talking about? We don't know. We still trying to figure it out.
But when I do, I'm a virgin.
You're a virgin?
For a woman or a man?
Are you a virgin for a woman or a man? You just said you know what a woman is like and how it feels good. What were you referring to? You said it feels good. So was she, and we know you've had a man. We know you've had some men's we know that. So what do you mean for a woman or man? He trolling.
For a woman or a man?
Oh, well, I mean, you talk about marriage. Wouldn't it be both?
Well, now since I've been redeemed.
Anyway, so I only got a short little clip. I did that as a short. Because I'm like, why is Andrew trolling? Just randomly trolling. Why does he insist on telling y'all that he is straight? I don't know. I mean, I get it. It's a part of his. It's a part of his grift. A part of his brand, I guess. Because there's some people believe it. There are some people that believe that Andrew Caldwell is a straight man. And he'd be like, girl, okay. Even when he talks about women, it's like you don't feel it. You don't see it at all. You just a woman is firm and she's soft. What? Y'all know he's lying. He's straight. He's as straight as an S, right? While these people aren't even creative anymore, when trying to go viral, we have to raise our standards. Yeah. Bless his heart for having us listen. Right. I just thought it was funny to me because it's it was funny to me just because I'm like, he can't even fake like he even understands what being with a woman is like. He can't even describe it properly. He's describing being with a man and then switches it because that's all the experience that he has. Anyway, moving on to our next one. This is just a little viral. Hold on, let me take this down. A little viral clip that I ran into online that really made me, because I love to travel. And I've seen this a ton of times as I travel. Me, when I travel, I be in my own world. I have my headphones on. I always wear a hoodie so I can have my hoodie on. I put my sunglasses on. I be in my own world. It's like I'm autistic or something. I don't want all the stimulation of everything around me. So I be focused on me. And all the foolishness that be happening, the whining babies, the crazy couple, the smelly hopefully no smelly. That's harder for me to ignore. But the smelly people, the craziness, the people who ain't never traveled before, who doing odd things and asking crazy questions, all of that I just try to just blinders on. And I also, when I fly, purposefully, when I can, always sit in the very last row of the plane. That is my preference. I know some people think that's like, who want to be way back there? Me, put me way back there. I don't want nobody behind me. It's my way of controlling the environment. Because now, like, I can just see what's happening. I ain't got to have, like, who is doing it? Who kicking my seat and all kind of craziness. So this clip I ran into, and I've seen this before, but I just let it fly. But I've seen people do this before. And it brought to question airplane etiquette. Oh, saying I got too many videos up because these things ain't playing, so I got to keep pulling in new videos. Give me a second. Here we go. Airplane etiquette. Hold on, I'm gonna pause.
That's right. Like,
pause this. Poll question coming your way. Was this lady wrong? Y'all get to see what we're talking about in a second.
process, right? Like these rows go, then these rows go. You get it, right? Well, so then let other people get out when it's their turn to get out. Well, that's the process. It's called etiquette. People get out in rows.
And who told you that?
That's the way it is.
Who told you that?
I'm trying to make a connection too. So who told you that?
Who told you? Who told you?
That's the way it works.
Oh no, that's not.
That's the way it works. Excuse me. Thank you.
Hey, wait a minute. Hold.
Excuse, ma'am.
No,
don't push me.
No.
So this lady, they were exiting the plane. She was obviously in the back rows. And those of us who fly know that when you get off a plane, the rows in front of you go first. And then you go row by row. Sometimes people say, go ahead of me. Maybe they got babies and all kind of stuff, or extra bags and just too much stuff to gather. So they let everybody go first. But other than that, if people don't tell you to go before them, the goal is you let the rows in front of you go first. This woman, and it made me wonder because she acting like he's just being an asshole. Because this guy's like, why are you passing me? You're behind me. I should be going out in front of you. Where you get that from? It's the etiquette, traveling etiquette, airplane etiquette. It's social rules of engagement kind of thing. And I'm like, for her not to get it and maybe not to have had that situation before, it made me say, is she a new flyer? Like, is she new to traveling? Because I've seen people do it before. And I'm just like, whatever. Again, that's why I sit way in the back. Because then everybody just go. I don't be in no rush usually. So I'm like, everybody can get off the plane before me. I don't even want to be bothered standing in line behind y'all, nothing. Just go. Just go. Poll question we're closing out, though, is, was this lady wrong? 84% of you say yes. 16% of you say no. The 16% of you who said no, please, please, please tell me why you are saying that she was not wrong for not waiting her turn and cutting in front. That's just like we're in the line at the grocery store. We're waiting to be rung up. She don't feel like waiting, so she hops in front of me. Is she still okay? She's still right? Because it's the same principle behind it. Social rules of engagement are first come, first serve, just generally. This is the same thing. Read a couple of y'all comments on this, and we're going to move on. B Hunt says, heck yeah. She was wrong and too far in the back of the plane to stand up so soon. Yeah, and I'm wondering, it didn't seem like she was just one row behind him, just because you could kind of see the other people. So I'm wondering how far back. It looked like she probably passed a few rows before jumping in front of him. Shamika says, wow, feels like you're describing me. OCD, put me in the back. Yeah, it's gotta be. And I don't know, as I get older, that stuff for me gets like worse, the overstimulation and all that. Just put me in the back. I ain't got to worry about all the stuff that be happening in the front. All of it. She was wrong. Granny wanted all the smoke here. Some airlines make announcements. Yeah, I've seen that before too. Vell, some people don't know what etiquette is. Yeah, it's true. It ain't common sense, unfortunately. She seems to be used to doing whatever the heck she feels like doing. Yeah. Because she's like, where'd you get that from? And then what I couldn't tell was hearing the other man's voice come in like, yo, whatever. I don't know if he was also talking to her or if he was talking to the guy who was trying to stop her from, defying the airplane etiquette. I can't stand when people start hopping up immediately. Sit your tail down somewhere. Yes, and it's like as soon as you hear the doop, it's like, sit down. What? I mean, the gate ain't open. We just, all they did was stop the plane and hit the button, and the pilot hit the you can unbuckle your seatbelt button, and everybody jumping up and grabbing the stuff out of the bins, and just for us to wait. We just waiting. It's crazy. That's another reason why I don't like, because then if you're sitting there, well, I always sit I always do a window seat as well. So that's the other thing, because when you're on the aisle seats, for one, I'm I got long legs and all that stuff. So like people and I'm a wider person. So you got people brushing you as they walk by. But when people are exiting the plane, those people want to just stand up and have they crotch or they butt in your face while they waiting. I'm like, no. Let me put me near the window. Got to deal with none of that. I understand. Respect my elders. I don't believe that respect your elders at all costs, though. Now, in general, yes, and let them get away with some things. But some stuff, like for me, has she done that? I've been like, whatever. This ignorant people, go. Because just go. Be done with it. Like, you have a few seconds of being an irritant in my life versus minutes or days or hours if it become a whole confrontation. Next thing you know, we're in court or something crazy. So just go. Like, know when to hold them, know when to fold them. Know what battles to fight, and that wasn't worth it for me. It wouldn't be worth it. We teach that at elementary school. Yes. In elementary school, we lined up by the rows of the desk. If you was in the back row, you was the last to lead the class. So is it rude and not just playing etiquette. I'm not a huge flyer. I'd rather drive. So is it a rule and not just playing etiquette? It's not a rule. Like, she ain't gonna get on the no-fly list for doing what she did unless they get in a fight. If they get in a fist fight, that's a difference. Both of them will be on the no-fly list. But yeah, it's just etiquette. It's just kind of like, would you, if you cut somebody in line at a store, grocery store, etc., would you necessarily be kicked out of the store and all of that? Not really, not unless it doesn't, if it doesn't go to a whole confrontation. But it's ignorant, and depending on who you, some people you can, if they're a little more meek and mild, you might be able to get away with cutting in front of them at a store. Other people gonna confront you like that dude did. But it's not a rule, it's not a law, it's etiquette. I understand respecting your elders, but you have to be respectful. Yeah, that's kind of how I feel about it as well. It's playing etiquette, but it could be a safety protocol too. You have to wait, elder or not. Yeah. And also, if you are an elder on that level, they have accommodations for you to sit you near the front of the plane, but they also usually make y'all wait to be the last people to deboard as well. So D-plane, is it D-plane? Not the crotch in the face. Yes, y'all know. Those of y'all who travel, y'all know, oh, we go through it. Oh, we have to pay for it to get to our destination. Especially when you're going on vacation, that'd be the thing that make you be like, oh, it's all be worth it in the end when I'm on that island. I needed somebody's beach now. I need an ocean in front of me. Some people stay in a rush through life. Just get on. My friend's husband is like that. Yeah. I got people like that too in my world. All right, so one more. This is an interesting video prank that I ran across that I thought was very ignorant, but also extremely hilarious at the same time. I'm like, I don't condone this sort of behavior, but it was hella funny at the same time. So here we go.
What's the problem? What's the problem, huh?
So obviously, I don't know who did it. I don't know if those were, they sound like teenagers, bored and deciding that they want to harass people trying to enjoy their day. But it still was funny to me as I watched it. But I do not condone harassing or bullying unless you're harassing and bullying bullies and harassers. As we're about to move into in our next segment, which will be, I just remembered. I don't think the video gonna play. Hold on, y'all. Good Lord Jesus. Because we got problems with the StreamYard player today. That meant this wasn't gonna be ready. But anyway, so what we're gonna do is I'm gonna take a quick little water break, and then we're gonna move into Darius Cooks and his most recent lies. He has missed us. He has missed the exposure. We let the narcissistic baby go too long without getting her attention. And so we're going to give her the attention that she is craving while exposing her per usual. So I'm going to take a quick little commercial break. And then when we come back, we're going to slay the stunt queen dragon.
With my eyes closed, it's too easy. It's too easy. I can do this with my eyes closed. It's too easy. Boy, all that like Keenan. Still got crack, they fiendin'. Flow still hot like Phoenix. Shine so bright, I'm gleaming. This off top, I'm tweaking. Fresh out the rat like Neiman. And I'm still tryna fight my demons. Cause we all gotta act like Tina. That's why I gotta ride with the Nina. Outside, it's a war going on. Maybe put my hands on my head like the Macarena. They want you walking on board like chemo. Ain't give a F to you like John Cena. Putting blood on the brand new Beamer. Tryna earn 8 stripes like Adidas. You get cold when you ride with the heater. It'll turn you to a dog like a keto. And expose to a cat like a cheetah. They smoke my partner like reef. Dímelo porque o no entiendo. Mi gente must really need Jesus. They shed real blood. I never seen the crypt and I believe it. It's too easy. Too easy. I can do this with my eyes closed. It's too easy. It's too easy. I can do this with my eyes closed. It's too easy. It's too easy. I can do this with my eyes closed. It's too easy. It's too easy. It's too easy. I've been there, done it, seen it. Y'all just talk, don't live it. And just took that route, that seen it. Now I'm so outspoken like Reason. Jimmy Neutron boy, Young G's. And I'm a self-made man.
I actually interviewed Darius Cooks on my radio show. I've been 5 or 6 years ago before he blew up on social media. And Justice was just articulated. He actually went on Periscope Live during the radio show. It is his own show in the studio during the show that he was supposed to be on. But he's a narcissistic individual. And because of that, he's had many of these run-ins. I think there was a scandal a few years ago where he was doing fake credit repair for people and got sued. His restaurant got closed down, those sorts of things. So he maintains these online scams, preying on the hearts and minds of his followers. And even just was just articulated after our show, because we tend to ridicule people when they act up on our show. He actually went on Periscope Live to talk about me and our producer and some of the other guests after the show. So this has been going on for a long period of time. Now, legally, when somebody talks about you online, that's just talk. But once they get into this place of making threats, either violence, threatening to release personal information, well, that's where you can actually file a criminal report against this individual. And if they do release improper or censored information, personal information that is privileged, that absolutely, you can report that to the Georgia Bureau of Investigations or to the Federal Bureau of Investigations for them to look into it, particularly if you have multiple individuals who are involved in this.
All right, we are back. So I really don't feel like talking about this girl, but here we go. So Darius Cooks, I know that I haven't talked about her in a while. I do need to catch up because contrary to her belief, she's not that important to pay attention to. So I do need to get caught up in order to do the commentary that you guys so love about what she's been up to, Darius Cooks. What I do know on a very overview surface level is that she is now back in Bali. Supposedly the groundbreaking for the hip-hop soul restaurant has begun. As you see here from this caption from Pretty Kitty over there on TikTok, Twitter or X, the giddy little schoolgirl with a crush on Tommy. So Darius Cooks has returned to Bali with her work husband, Tommy. And as you see there, she is very giddy because Tommy has touched her hot dog roll neck and diving board style earlobe, and she's giddy. She's happy. So right now they are over there. There was a groundbreaking ceremony, which was them doing some traditional meditation, prayer, etc., and some rituals related to what they allegedly do in Bali to bless land that is being built on for business, etc. I found it interesting from the perspective of, I remember Darius Cooks declaring that although he's in Bali, he happened to, and this is in the very beginning, he's in Bali, but he has run into one of the only few Christians in Bali, and that's supposed to be Tommy. However, Tommy has him doing rituals. And to each his own, because I'm a person who believes in, whatever your higher power is. I'm not one to judge. I think I ain't finna get on that topic, but I have zero issue with people's belief systems. We're all trained on them based on, our environments. Or lack thereof, because some people don't have a belief system because it wasn't in their environment. So anyway, it's very interesting, once again, that Darius Cooks, something's contradicting. Because did they also do a Christian prayer? Did they do a Christian ceremony around this land as well? Anyway, the other thing I found was interesting. I think was this last night? I think it was last night. Darius Cooks was hanging out with Tommy, and they went to some clubs or whatever. And he was talking about how much he had drank. And then he was like, but basically Tommy drank him under the table, and Tommy knows how to handle his liquor. However, if y'all remember, those of you who've been following this story for any given amount of time, he once told us that Tommy don't drink at all. Tommy don't drink. Then we saw, I played the video. If you don't know, these things are all in our archives. So just go back through the playlist. But he talked about how Tommy doesn't drink. And then we proved that not only did Tommy drink, because I had video footage of it from Tommy's own Instagram page, but Tommy was also very good at being a mixologist, like a bartender. And then last night, he says that Tommy drank him under the table and really knows how to handle his liquor. So where do we get that Tommy don't drink from? Like, they just be saying shit. So I will be going, my plan originally today was, I thought I was just going to, cover a couple little things and then plan for Friday doing one of our more epic, long form Darius Cooks exposés. That's the plan. But then this whole thing of him lying about the lunch machine again came up, and I was like, okay, well, let me go ahead and cover that today. So just giving you an overview on that. We'll do more deep diving on the Bali thing. We'll revisit a little bit of it, give an overview for those of you who are not aware and may have forgotten some things, but then we'll go in depth on what we missed and where we are now with this. I am curious though. Let me take this out because I had another poll question, but I am curious with this poll question. Do you think that Tommy will scam Crooks? As I watch this, I'm still trying to figure it out with this whole Bali thing. Is there a grift connected to it? Because it's just, when you look at how it came, the inception of it, when you look at, some people were comparing this to like Builder Bob, like Tommy got this construction outfits at a party store. I was kind of like them hard hats do look a little cheesy, cheap. They don't really look like the real construction hats. Hard hats that I'm used to because I did work in construction. They look a little thin. They don't even fit on his big old milk dud head. But anyway, I'm torn. I'm still like, it still don't feel 100% right. And I know that no matter what happens, even if Tommy is 100% legit, that Darius Cooks is going to jack this up. They're going to fall out at some point. Or Darius Cooks is going to do something at some point. That I'm aware. I know for a fact. But what I'm not sure about is if Tommy is just going to get got, or is Tommy going to be the getter? poll question. I'm gonna close it out real quick, so I'm gonna move on. I don't really feel like talking about this stuff, but anyway. Do you think that Tommy will scam Crooks? Are y'all still voting? No, it's not. Do you think that Tommy will scam Crooks? 90% of you still think that he will. I don't know, because it's so much. I'm gonna do a deep dive on Friday where I can really go in depth. But it's just so many things. I'm like, I just don't know. Okay, so let's get on to Scampa, aka Darius Cooks. As I stated, Darius Cooks has taken to his Instagram lives, lying. I'm very curious. He was lying about the lunch machine business that we had together about a decade ago now. And I have now officially talked about it publicly with receipts, tons of them. I think it's 30-some pages. I don't know, 40 pages, whatever it is. With receipts, I've broken it down, but I'm very curious at how many of you are aware and have seen the 3-part series. And for those of you who haven't, here's part 1 that I'm putting here in the chat now. So if you haven't, you can check it out. It's 3 parts, and I do a lot of ranting. I just let it all is unfiltered. It's like, let's just get this done with, because for years I said nothing. And when I finally covered it, I decided to put it all out there. Comment is, I think Tommy and his friends are grifters on a whole nother level. Americans like Crooks are big target for them big time. And Alice is saying 100. I'm hoping y'all right. I don't know. Like, I don't have a real good, clear gut feeling about that part of it. It's hard for me to tell. And I don't follow it close, like every day. So I just see the bits and pieces here and that. Here and there. I watched the episode of the Payback last night, and the guy that unalived an innocent man brought a hard hat and a vest impersonating me to read. Yeah, I mean, you can buy those things, and it doesn't. I mean, they're very clean. We do know that Darius Cooks, and again, I ain't gonna go too in depth on the Bali part of this, but we do know that Darius Cooks has been wiring money. From what he's been saying. We do know that Darius Cooks supposedly, allegedly has Tommy on some kind of salary, monthly salary of some sort. So Tommy's making money monthly. I did see a video clip yesterday where, I think it was last night, where Tommy was showing Darius Cooks a picture of the land. It was a video of the land. It's like he's on FaceTime. He's showing him the land. And he's like, yeah, the guys are going to clear this out and they'll be here tomorrow, blah, blah, blah. So you can wire them the money directly, instead of through me, blah, blah, blah. And I don't know if it's because Darius Cooks has expressed concern with always wiring money to Tommy. I don't know, but it was just odd the way that he said it. Almost like Darius Cooks is like, almost like he had been instructed that that's what Darius prefers to do or something. And he's like, and when you do, they'll get started tomorrow at this time, blah, blah, blah. And it's just like, it ain't feeling right, but I don't know. I'm just still trying to, y'all know I like to move in facts, not so much assumptions. So that's the part of it. I don't have no absolute proof. I think Tommy spotted an absolute fool, insist scam. Yeah, even last night I saw that when they went to the club, Tommy paid for Darius Cooks' name to scroll across this LED banner where it says something about famous chef Darius Cooks or something. It said to that effect, and it only flashed for like 3 seconds, barely. And it was kind of like he appeals to Darius Cooks' ego and his narcissism. And so I could see how, but and that part makes it feel like a grift. That part makes it feel like, yeah, he getting her, he bamboozling her. The other thing, the best, was it the best cook Darius or something? I think was it like the best chef Darius Crooks? Maybe that's what it said. The best chef Darius Cooks. It's too much. It was unnecessary. It was like, huh? But to somebody who has an ego like Darius Cooks, I could see how that works. Like he's learned how to grift him. The other thing for me that's like a red flag, but I told y'all in the very beginning, so it's like common sense for me, but a red flag that it should be for Darius Cooks. Remember when Darius Cooks first started talking about this whole restaurant thing and building his American style home on the land, he said that this was only going to cost him $100,000, which I knew was wrong. I told y'all it was going to at least be more than 100% more than that. Now I think he is up, and again, I haven't followed closely. That's why I need a couple more days to catch up, so I can give y'all my commentary. But I think he's up to 350,000. It's at least 300,000 that he's up to. Will be the cost of just the restaurant now. The house has been scrapped. The American style house has been scrapped. And he now is expected to invest $300,000 into that same restaurant. That's when I'm like, but again, I was like, 100,000 for a restaurant, a house, I don't care where you live. That's, well, in Bali, I'm like, no, because I had already done a little bit of research and I'm like, Bali got $500,000 homes already, like for nice little homes and stuff. I'm like, it's not that cheap. No way that lazy eye caught that text scroll across his skirt. Right. Speaking of that, yeah, she's got some corrective glasses now. She's been up to some stuff. I got to catch up. Anyway, so I did on yesterday and then again this morning, for some reason, Darius Cooks wanted to incite me. And I don't always respond. Y'all know that. Today I was like, fine. Oh, I forgot I won't do it this way. I gotta screen share it. Hold on. This is from this morning. Hold on. Nope, I keep doing it the wrong way. Oh, I gotta open it first. So again, if you hadn't heard, if you're not aware, whatever, I did address this whole and debunk Darius Cooks' lies, like blatant lies about this whole food truck thing that he repeats. He's been repeating even before I ever spoke on it for years. He was setting the groundwork for this lie. And I still didn't say nothing for years when I finally came out. And I finally talked about it a few months ago. And she's still telling the same damn lie. So we're going to break it down again. And then I'm going to chop up that 3-part series just because she asked for it. Right, CJ, he needs content. Exactly. Because I'm like, what sparked? I hadn't done any. I mean, not that I don't care about her bringing me up. Honestly, I don't. But it's always odd. I don't understand why she won't just be quiet when I'm not saying anything, unless she likes me exposing her. I think she likes it. Do you think? Let me close this out. This poll question: have you watched my 3-part series on exposing Darius Cooks' lunch machine, food truck lies? 84% of you did. So for the 16% of you, I did put the link in the chat. Check it out. It's a lot. It's a lot, but it's also interesting. Do you think that Darius Cooks enjoys me doing content exposing her? My petty is warming up. There's no real drama surrounding him, so he's bored and needs money. Yeah, that's what I was, and I think that's why I was kind of taking a little bit of a reprieve a little bit too, because I was like, I really haven't been hearing much. And usually if it's something big, you know, I get people messaging me and all of that. And so nothing has really been happening. I don't watch her content. I don't go to her page unless I'm doing stuff for the show. That's it. Right. I did it on purpose. I did it on purpose. And this is no offense to, you know, beautiful women and, you know, women, females, all of that. It's a gay thing. Okay, so this is from this morning. So last night, was it last night? Yesterday, somebody in our Telegram group, I ain't gonna say names because just in case, I ain't gonna say names. But in our Telegram group, we have a Darius Cooks group where we share information. Every once in a while, I throw something up in there, and then y'all let me know what's happening. And so in the group, someone shared the video that Darius Cooks called himself roasting me yesterday, I think that was. I didn't catch it, so thank God y'all caught that and sent it to me. I appreciate that. I'm not going to do anything with that today. I'm going to reserve that for Friday because I have some plans, some things that have to come with that. So we will cover that. So, and then yesterday he did that, and then he called himself roasting me, but then also started telling the lunch machine lie. And I was like, okay, whatever. Then today she wakes up. Wait. No, this her nighttime. So then today, before she go to bed, I'm still on her mind. And so she starts to tell the lunch machine story, her version of it. And so here it is. This is from her nighttime, our daytime, our morning. Because remember, she's in Bali, so she's 24 hours ahead of us.
And Calvin said,
oh, and this is, I only caught it as he was already into the story. Again, but if you watch the 3-part series I did, you get the whole shebang.
well, I'll do it, but I want 50% of the profits indefinitely.
Okay, so I'm gonna catch you up for those of you who don't know. So at this point, he's pretty deep into the story at this point, towards the end. So for those of you who don't know, Darius Cooks, a friend of his best friend from high school, and myself, Darius Cooks started a food truck back in Chicago in around 2009. The idea came, I think. 2009, late 2009, early 2010. I got it here. I don't feel like going through all this paperwork like I did before y'all, but that was the second contract. Let's say 2010. It was early 2010. I think we made it all official. So long story short, Darius Cooks comes to me. He calls me. He says that he wants to have dinner with myself and the other friend, his best friend from high school, who I knew of through him. We end up going to a restaurant on the north side of Chicago. It was like an Italian restaurant. We have dinner. Then Darius Cooks presents the idea of the lunch machine. Darius Cooks already had the name. He already had the concept. He basically gives the spiel that, you know, he's working on some stuff. And because that friend and I were very close to him as friends, as much as this girl tried to lie like I'm some bitter ex, we were friends like brothers, which is why she brought me in, or wanted me to join in this business investment with her other best friend from high school. Why she ain't asked lunch lady Eric? Why she ain't asked the other crew that she still rolls with from them people? Because they weren't the same. They not like us. They ain't had no money. They ain't got no business sense. They wasn't loyal to him in the way that we were. They didn't add to him. Anyway, so I wasn't interested in creating a new business because of the fact that I already had 2 at the time. However, I told him, because he talked about, you know, all his dreams. This is when he was going into the entrepreneur space. At that point, he had opened up the cupcake gallery with his investors. He was a few months into it. It wasn't even a good more than 6 months or so. So again, it was like all these new businesses he's starting at once. Same shit he do today. Same stuff. So I told him I would be an angel investor. See, I don't want to replay all this. Y'all watch that other video. I'm not going to do it. I'm doing an overview. I told him I'd be an angel investor. Long story short, it ends up to be like now I'm a whole part of the business. The truck needed to be built out. He like, we don't have enough money to hire nobody to do it because I had the construction skills and a construction business at the time. Next thing you know, I'm building out the truck. I get the truck built out. The truck break down. Me and the other friend get the truck repaired. I got insurance on the truck. We ended up buying the truck together. We went to this like side lot that just sold old vehicles. We ended up buying an old bread truck, basically. Oh, here it is. Old bread truck. Now he claims that it was his truck. She's a liar. Y'all already know this stuff. She's a liar. This was our truck. It was the business truck. How did this truck get these colors? Because I did it. I painted it. I painted it white, and then I added the green to match the logo, the clip art logo. Because as y'all already know, we talked about it before. Darius Cooks does his own logos with clip art. And he steals ideas from other places. So he did that. I used that color scheme, and I painted the truck. I built out the truck. I put the equipment that needs to be in the truck. I ordered the stuff online, all that good stuff. When we went to purchase the truck, signing the bill of sale, I did not want my name on the bill of sale because I knew that Darius Cooks was irresponsible. Irresponsible because he had at that point at least one bankruptcy that I'm remembering. He had been evicted from at least 2 apartments, and he had one car repossessed. His Dodge Neon had been repossessed. All in the time I had known him, and that however many years that had been. At that point, maybe I had known him 6-7 years, something like that. So I knew, and other stuff. I knew he was not good with he just was not good with money. So I knew, in my mind, putting my name on that truck makes me liable for his mishaps, and I did not want that. However, the truck did belong to the business, and I did put money into the truck. I put my part. However, I was signed to the registration on the truck. We got proof of that because I got it here in this document. Long story short, Darius Cooks, before we finally get the truck license, when the truck is supposed to hit the road, Darius Cooks all of a sudden becomes too busy to do his part. Darius Cooks, we later learn, got mad at us because of the fact that we, as business partners, because at this point, the whole me being a silent angel investor was out the window. He now then pulled me into the business completely. Again, I built out the truck, a whole bunch of other stuff. I done researched how to get us licensed by the city of Chicago. I've been at the place to get us licensed by the city of Chicago. The health inspector's coming out. Failed the first inspection, not because of the truck, but because of his restaurant, the Cupcake Gallery, because it had to have a licensed commercial space that was considered like a kitchen. We used the Cupcake Gallery for that. It had to be somewhere, and it had to be a commercial kitchen. His wasn't prepared. It failed, just like his Soul Crab Chicago, Soul Crab Chicago, Soul Crab Atlanta, and Greens and Gravy all failed health inspections. So did his Cupcake Gallery. So anyway, I got it together where it finally passed the inspection so that we could, they had to come back out, of course. Got it where it could finally pass the inspection, and then the truck was licensed. So now we're waiting on Darius Cooks to do his part because he's the one that's supposed to make the food and get the truck on the road. He's making excuses. The other friend hits him up and says, "What do we need?" Oh, the pause screen. I'm looking at the comment from Nicole Driver, like, what happened? You talking about pause screen? You talking about what I got him on? So The friend reaches out to him and says, hey, the truck ain't moved. Like, we're not doing nothing with it. And I think it had been, I don't know, 2-3 weeks, whatever it had been. I've moved back now. At this point, I had wasted so much time getting the truck ready, literally probably a month or more, getting the truck ready for the like building it out and all the things that it needed, and going through the health inspections to get it licensed, not only the truck, but then having to work on cleaning his nasty ass restaurant and caulking cracks and fixing this and fixing that so that it would pass. By that time, I had wasted so much time. I was like, I got to get back to my businesses full time. So that's what I was doing. The friend reaches out to Darius Cooks. Darius Cooks is like, I'm busy. You know what it takes to get this going. I'm going to have to go and get groceries. I'm going to have to do this. I'm going to have to do that. And he said, well, what can we do to help you? We are here to help you. We're partners, blah, 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 this and that. I wasn't a part of that conversation. All I was a part of was the next part, which was the friend reaching out to me saying that Darius was saying he just needed the groceries, and then he could get, if we get the groceries, he could get the truck on the road that, I don't know, that the next day or two, whatever it was. Darius Cooks writes us a grocery list. Darius Cooks writes us the grocery list for the food that he was going to prepare to put on the truck to get the truck out. We go get the groceries. It is so many groceries that we had to take the actual food truck to be able to haul all the stuff. We get the groceries, and the groceries were over $1,500. We split it in half. Darius Crooks did not pay any of it. We then take the groceries from we went to the Restaurant Depot, which is a commercial place. It's like a Sam's Club for restaurants and businesses where you buy food and other supplies. We take the groceries to the licensed kitchen, which is the Cupcake Gallery store. Darius Crooks, as we're trying to bring the stuff in, says, where y'all gonna put that stuff? I need this space for my cupcakes, and this got to get here, and you can't use that for that. We're like, you just had us go get the groceries. This is your grocery list. We didn't just make up this stuff. We got what you told us to get on your list that you were going to need to cook it here, because this is where the licensed kitchen is. Long story short, we realized at that point he was trying to screw us. Again, that was years ago, so I don't know why we didn't just take all the shit back. Just take it all back. I think for one, it was late that day. That part, like, we couldn't take it back that night because it wasn't like a regular grocery store that stay up to 9 or 10 or nothing. So we then took it. It was too much stuff for us to take to our homes. We couldn't fit it all at, like, refrigerated perishable goods, freezer, frozen meats, and all kind of stuff. And so at the time, one of my rental properties was vacant in between tenants. And so the idea was, okay, we can use that refrigerator because that one's empty, and then we'll split what's remaining amongst us at our homes. And that's what we ended up doing. So then we realized that Darius Cooks is trying to screw us over, and we decide, well, now we're stuck. We got this truck, it's licensed. We went through all this work. Let's try to make this work if we can. So we ended up but the problem was, now we need a commercial kitchen because we would be running the truck illegally and would quickly be shut down if we go out in the street without a commercial kitchen. So we decided at that point to try to rent a commercial space, a commercial kitchen, because you could rent them. When we were looking around, they were very, very, very expensive. And so the friend ended up finding a place that used to be a restaurant, had already been licensed. It had a commercial kitchen, and the rent was cheaper than what it would cost us for 1 week of renting a commercial kitchen, like, a regular facility. So we decided, hey, this would be more economical. Let's try to do this instead and have this as the license place for the truck. Now, Darius Cooks' lie that he tells is that we just wanted to open up a restaurant all of a sudden. No, The original purpose of the food truck was to be a food truck and catering company. And so we were like, well, let's try to do it that way. But again, if you got something like that, then, and you're going through all that, the work of it, you will just have it. It's a restaurant. And so it is what it is. So that's what we ended up attempting to do. We took the truck out. It was, again, wasn't a passion project for either of us. Also, I had 2 other businesses at the time. And long story short, that didn't work out because I wasn't passionate about it. Neither one of us were passionate about it. So Darius Cooks will turn that into, then Darius Cooks decides he wants the truck. He wants the truck, and so he tries to get the truck from us. And because he did not just own the truck outright, he had to negotiate with us. He will tell the story that I own the truck outright and I ain't have to do nothing with them, blah, 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 this and that. I ain't have to sign no contract with them. How can you sign a contract for something that they don't own, blah, blah, blah. If we didn't own the truck and we had stole the truck, you could easily call the police and say they stole my vehicle. It would be that simple. And we could be put in jail and then arrested for that. Why didn't you go that route? Why did you need to negotiate with us? Because the truck was owned by us and the business that we were partners in. That's why. But she wants to tell the lie that we just stole the truck from her. And in order to bamboozle us, she signed this contract. So Darius Cooks wants the truck. Again, I didn't care. I just wanted at that point, I was like, give me my money back. I cut my losses. I didn't want to do this no way. I was trying to be an angel investor. Then it led to me trying to help my friend get it off his feet. And then she turned into a old scamming bitch I wasn't aware of at the time. Keep in mind, y'all, I hadn't had no negative experiences with her, with money or anything else prior to that moment. Prior to that moment, I did not. So it all caught us off guard. Darius Cooks, we end up negotiating this contract I have here. That she can't show you because she just talking off the top of her head, outside of her greasy, charcoal black neck. Don't have no proof, no evidence of nothing she said. She has created a narrative and can't back it up with not nan receipt. And them flying monkeys over there believe every word she's saying. You tell a story the same way every time. Just because somebody tell a lie the same way every time, don't turn it into the truth, you idiot. How slow can you be? Donald Trump tells the same lie all the time. It ain't made a truth. Donald Trump said that Obama wasn't a U.S. citizen multiple times. Told that lie. Didn't make it true. Donald Trump say he ain't a racist multiple times. Well, does he even bother saying that anymore? Or does he say being a racist is what being a racist is? And I've never said that I was a racist. Is that how he been working it out? So just because you tell a lie the same way repeatedly, don't turn it into the truth. Where is your proof? Where's your evidence? Where's your 50-something documents that prove everything that you have lied about? Not nan proof. So anyway, Darius Cooks calls. He's trying to get his hands on the truck. He makes a offer to pay me. I forgot how much money it was at the time, but pay me a certain amount. And I was like, okay, well, I need to talk to the other friend about it. Again, I'm just like, whatever. The other friend is like, well, it's not fair to us because we put in way more money than that. I think he should pay us and put us through a lot and the time and effort and blah, blah, blah. And when he said that, I was like, you're right. Like in my mind, through the original conversation, I never agreed. I never told him, yeah, we could definitely do it. I said, well, let me talk to him about it first, the other partner. Because you're trying to separate us, divide and conquer. I understand how that stuff works. So he brought that up, and I was like, you know, you're right. And he needs this truck. He can't do nothing without the truck. And I had possession of the truck, supposedly that I stole. Meanwhile, he knew where it was. He could have easily called the police again. These are the things that when people doing flying monkey behavior, they don't use their common sense to think about. Why wouldn't you just call the police? He stole it. So you say. So the friend says, you know what? We need to at least get the money back that we put into it. So we have a conversation with the three of us, and the agreement then was made that Darius Cooks would, we would get a profit sharing from the money that the business owns for 1 year. I got it here in the contract for 1 year. And then at that point, we could revisit, because the goal was, after that year of us getting our profit sharing, then we would get our money back that we put into the business. Remember, we've gotten the truck repaired. We wasted money on them groceries. I had built out the truck and ordered the purchase generator. There was a specialty sink that had to be put in there. You know, all the building materials. Had to get his restaurant up to par so it could pass the health inspection. There is money that costs. And again, I didn't realize until we covered this a while back. I forgot I had got, not only was the car registered in the truck registered in my name, but also getting tickets in my name. But the insurance, I had the auto insurance in my name. There's money going into this. And the money he offered me was not nearly covering that. I just wanted to be done with her scamming ass. That was where I was. And I'm still that way to this day. Like, just cut my losses. And really, I don't trust people in the same way. But I'd rather just keeping a relationship going with somebody, cut my losses and be done with it. So anyway, so that was the agreement that we made. We signed a new contract. Darius Cooks will tell the story, and he's going to get to that here, where I signed that contract in 3 seconds. Well, girl, because you never planned on abiding by anything in the contract. That don't mean the contract wasn't well written or valid. That means you never planned on actually abiding by the contract. That's all that tells. That tells the truth about how you were approaching it. Again, at that time, we didn't know who he was. We didn't know this version y'all see clearly today. So that's how he got us with that. I didn't know at that time he doesn't abide by any contract. Because normal humans with morals abide by contracts, or they feel some level of being held to a contract. That's not how Crooks roll. We just saw him do it with Chantel. Well, and now he's gotten more sophisticated, where although he signed a contract with her, he created it in a way that still tries to make him look like he's the victim. When in fact, we see that he did not abide by what he said. And everything that he didn't do that he was supposed to do in that contract with Chantel, he excuses away. It says every night he was supposed to pay, settle up and pay those, the wait staff their tips. He explains it away. I was on my feet for 14 hours. I didn't know I was going to be on my feet for 14 hours. That ain't got nothing to do with that. That was the first night. What about the second night? What about after you quit? These people still ain't got their payments, their tips. He just stole them. This is how we know that ain't nothing good going to really come out of his life for real, for real. There's going to be a D-Day for her. It absolutely will. That's how this works. It's the law of attraction. What you put out is what you get. So Darius Cooks tells the version of her lie that she's going to tell us here is, and now again, I'm catching you up to where she leaving off. The lie she's going to tell you is that our contract was garbage, that we were so slow that we put in there that we were supposed to get our return based on the profit and not the net. Meaning, once all the bills have been settled, then we would get our profit sharing from that. It wasn't that we didn't know the difference between net and gross. The difference was we was human beings trying to be reasonable with a stunt queen, and we didn't know it at the time. And so we weren't trying to rob the business or rob each other like she did. We wanted to say, once the bills get paid, then we'll split. And we were doing, at that point, when we first started, we were it was a third all the way around. When we rewrote the contract, the friend and I were getting, was it 50? It wasn't even 50%, 25%, something like that. I forgot. We had reduced our amount of profit sharing. Yeah. Crooks was getting 50% and we were getting 25% apiece. We had even reduced our profit sharing for her. Our thing was let the bills get paid and then we want to be fair. Her thing was, oh, they too slow. They ain't know because they didn't say the net that that meant I could zero everything out with expenses. No, we didn't know you were a stunt queen who would do those things at that time. Now I know, clearly. Clearly we know. So she tries to use people's good nature, because me and the other friend are still friends to this day. To this day, we're still friends. To this day, we ain't never had no problems. No fallouts, no arguments, no this, no trying to scam each other. None of it. To this day. She tries to use people's good nature against them and treat it like it's a weakness. Everybody is not greedy for money. As they say, as the Bible says, the love of money is the root of all evil. What we're looking at here on this screen, shoving their mouth, is greed and evil. That wasn't who we are. It wasn't who we were. Still isn't who we are. So she loves to rewrite the narrative like we just didn't have common sense. No, we were good people. Still are. Who want to be fair. But she goes and tells this story about how she grifted her closest friends and business partners. Who now she want to turn one of them to a crazy ex because of the fact that I speak out about who she truly is. And I know her at her greasy core. And I'm going to keep exposing you. Scamyance, DJ Dookie Butt.
You won't work.
Oh, hold on. Let me go straight to the beginning. That was only 14 seconds.
And Calvin said, well, I'll do it, but I want 50% of the profits indefinitely.
Lies. Here's the contract. Profit sharing. 50% for Crooks, 25 and 25. So that's lie number one. See how she making it up? Because the broad ain't got no receipts. She just making it up off the top of her head. Making it up. And they eating it up because they flying monkeys with bird brains. She's sitting there telling a fucking bedtime story because it's nighttime for her. And they eating it up with no receipts. The lies, the lies, the lies.
You won't work. Calvin said, you want 50% of the profits indefinitely. He got the second law.
Other lie. I don't know if I'm gonna find it quickly in here because it was an 8-page. And I did this in the longer one, but I ain't gonna even. Anyway, in this 8-page contract, I know for a fact where we get to the point of where it says that we were only requesting it for a year. For one, here it is. Terms, part 3. That one down there at the bottom. That. The partnership shall commence as of the date of disagreement and shall continue until terminated as provided with herewithin, with a minimum of 1 year commitment to the operation of the lunch machine and its entities, unless dissolution is agreed to by unanimous vote of all partners. Where the hell did that say indefinite? Where the hell did that say indefinite? All it said was a minimum of 1 year. Why did it say minimum of 1 year? Because we were trying to recoup what we had put into the business. Wasn't nobody trying to get rich. Wasn't nobody trying to become no multi-millionaire off of it. We were trying to get back what she grifted from us. That's it. We just didn't know who she was, though. Lying. Where's her receipts? I'm showing y'all the actual contract. But you see how she creates a narrative to make herself be the victim, because the case she's trying to create here, the narrative, is that we were out to get her. I keep showing you all the ways that we were still trying to be true to her, a friend to her. Although, again, we're supposed to forget that I'm sitting here with all this documentation proving that we were friends. She wants to make me out to be the jealous ex, because, again, she got to make herself the victim. She got to tap into, because it wouldn't make no sense, the real way, the truth that's proven with documents. This would then make it look like, damn, you are, in fact, a scammer who scammed one of your closest friends, who, after he saw you scamming multiple people for years after, decided to speak out to warn other people. I ain't sued her to try to get no money from nothing. Well, statute of limitations is part of the problem. I ain't trying to get nothing from her. I'm trying to warn people about who she is. That's it. And drag her, because that's y'all want me to.
Investment in the truck, which was barely a couple $100. What the hell do you mean?
Our investment in the truck was barely a couple $100. Was barely a couple $100. I put $4,000 flat into the truck, period. Starting out. $4K. Starting out. Not to count the expenses that came after that. Building the truck out, as I told y'all. The damn generator alone was like $300-400. The sink thingamajigger, it was a portable sink thing that goes in food trucks. That thing was another $200-300. Construction materials, had to get his restaurant repaired. That was another couple $100. Girl, and the time and effort, the groceries alone was $1,500. We put a couple $100. You see how she rewrite the narrative? Just a liar. And look at her, she lie with a straight face. How? How, Sway? How?
Okay, anyway.
Ain't got nan piece of document to show nothing she's saying is true. This girl gets caught in lie after lie for years after years, and these flying monkeys, D-hags and deplorables, just eat it up. How slow can you be? I bet they support Trump too.
So I said, okay, cool, no problem. I said, all right, cool. So Caldwell and Vell was working on opening a cafe. Now,
you see how she's gonna tell this story about the cafe. She calling it a cafe, not the licensed kitchen that we needed, because after she had us invest in a food truck, she wouldn't even let us store the stuff in the lunch machine. In the Cupcake Gallery kitchen. That meant we couldn't use it for prep either. We have no kitchen. We have a food truck that requires food prep, also by the city of Chicago, required a licensed commercial kitchen. We have nowhere. You took it. You blocked us from being able to use it. We get a new space for that purpose. And now she want to act like we just decided to randomly open a restaurant. Again, recreating the narrative, leaving out parts. No documentation. Just saying shit.
The name of the truck was called the Lunch Machine. My Twitter handle I came up with was Eat Better Lunch. That was the name of the Twitter.
This bothered her, and we did it on purpose. You can tell this bothered her because she always repeats this part of the story. Yes, we were being petty in the moment. We needed a licensed commercial kitchen. We found this commercial space. It was $700 a month, and the other places were anywhere from, I think, $800 to $1,100 a week for the commercial kitchens. So we like, hey, we're gonna get this space and use it as our commercial kitchen. Of course, you need a name when you coming up with business, getting stuff licensed and applying for stuff. And we decided, let's just call it Eat Better Cafe. Yes, we did that. It wasn't because we couldn't think of nothing else. It's because we was being petty. Yes. Y'all still see my petty today. They couldn't even think of an idea. And it got to her because it's fucking a decade later and she's still repeating it. We won. That snort was right on time.
It might still be out there. You're going to look for it. Okay? It might still be out there. You might still see some of this stuff up there. Eat Better Lunch, right? Okay. Calvin and the Vell, neither of whom know how to cook. Okay? Said.
Now, in this version of her story, when I get time, y'all, I'll clip them all together because she told this story about 20 times at this point. At least 10 of them I got. Every time she tells it, she changes what she says slightly. Now she's saying we can't cook at all. The last time she said it, she was like, well, they can't cook. Well, they ain't no everyday kind of cooks. Girl, can we not cook or can we cook? She's just making up stuff. Just because I don't go online doing videos with garbage bags on my head and snorting and drainage bags hanging from my the mommy makeover number 3 don't mean I can't cook because I don't do it online. This girl. Because I ain't created a grift around cooking.
That's right. You know what they called it? Eat Better Cafe.
She's so bothered. Yes, we did. We were being petty and we got you. Gotcha. Oh, poor Tink Tink. Her feelings hurt. We used her name. Oh, she created a Twitter name and we used it to be petty and she crying. Oh, a decade later. This girl is so bruised, so weak-minded. We're living rent-free in that old bald milk dud head of hers. I'm sorry, y'all. This wasn't supposed to be this kind of live. Oh, poor Tink Tink. I think I got a picture of the bed. No, I know I ain't got no picture of the bed. I probably do somewhere. If I find it, I'm sure I'm going to post it. Oh, look at her. Oh, she is so hurt over that. Could you imagine? A stupid ass name like Eat Better Cafe. Let me stop cursing. A stupid name like Eat Better Cafe, and she is hurt. Because we used it. Oh, poor Tink Tink. As much as she don't feel that way when she's stealing recipes from the Food Network and lesser known people. When you stole Bree's soul cake, how you think she felt? All we took was a Twitter tagline. We didn't even bother trying to go viral with it. How you think Chef Raker felt when you stole her food is my life, life is my food tagline and using it as your own, repeating it hundreds of times in videos, grifting off of Black women's intellectual property? How you think they feel? Always the victim. Little hurt man child. Fat boy stuck in a bariatric body. It is horrible.
Y'all could have been original, huh?
Girl, your whole brand is a copycat. The cookbooks, Food Network, Pinterest. Google them. Well, we've done videos on them as well. Go to Hannah Drake's Twitter. She laid it all out. Showed you where he just copied, cut and paste recipe ideas. The whole thing. Typos and all. Now she's so high and mighty, got morals. It's ridiculous. She is so pitiful.
You couldn't have just came up with something, huh?
We did. We came up with being petty. That was our idea. Let's be petty. Let's call it Eat Better Cafe. Oh, you're so hurt. A decade later. Look at her. She grimacing. It stole my tagline. Oh. You are such a joke. In a sad way. It's horrible. I wish your daddy had picked you up off that porch stoop. Who knows? Maybe we would have got a better version of you. Why does snort always come when I make a point?
Eat Better Cafe. Lord have mercy. That's original.
I know it really wasn't that good anyway. We thought it was a joke of a name, which was adding to the pettiness of it all. This girl literally thinks that we thought that Eat Better Cafe was a original, prolific name to come up with for a restaurant. You know, she feel like every restaurant's got to describe what it is, because she's saying that Gertrude's in Bali, her competition, because she's supposed to be the first soul food restaurant out there, although Gertrude's is officially opened. And she's a couple months or so ago, she talking about some Gertrude's, that's a stupid name for a restaurant in Bali. Ain't nobody gonna go there. They ain't gonna know what it is. Gertrude's is a southern name. Ain't nobody gonna go to a restaurant. They don't know what it means. So it got to be called hip hop. What was it? It's supposed to be hip hop chicken at first. And then Tommy was like, that's a stupid ass name. We're gonna have to change it. Now it's hip hop soul. Dumbass. No, we knew it was a stupid name. Again, it wasn't even supposed to really be a restaurant. It was a legal kitchen for the food truck that we got licensed, that all of a sudden you wouldn't let us use the licensed kitchen for. So we like, ain't nobody gonna pay, ain't nobody gonna be coming to this. Let's just call it Eat Better Cafe. Remember that stupid name she came up with? What was it again? Eat Better Cafe. Yes, that shit is funny. Let's actually make it the name of our place. And it got to her. It got to her then, and a decade later, it's still getting to her. Oh, we won. We won. What was that Beyonce with the mute challenge at the concert? If they good, we won. Ah, you're so slow and gullible and easy to manipulate.
So
look at her rolling her eyes at everything. It is really bothering her. Oh my God, that's really bothering her. Oh, tink tink.
They out there on 75th Street, child.
She worried about the location. That tell you how invested she was. I thought she was so much better than us. I thought we was meaningless. She ain't gonna tell you that that location was picked because it was also close to the other person's house, so it was easy to monitor there. That was done by design. But she gonna only tell you her version of the story that makes her be the victim and makes us look like we're not intelligent businessmen. Meanwhile, both of us are successful people. Still to this day. We just not dumb enough to go on social media telling everybody everything about our life. We don't need that sort of attention. I ain't got to tell you how much in my bank accounts. I ain't got to tell you what I own. I ain't got to tell you everything and who I'm with and who I love and that. I ain't got to tell you about all my friends and their names and their business and all that to get content, to get views, to get likes, to get a following. I don't have to do that. I built a following without exploiting my life. I built a following without exploiting people I love and care for. I built a life without creating drama on the internet. I created a life without hopping on trends like Miss Netta and Charles. What does that say about somebody when they will sell their entire life, they sold, for money? The root of all, the love of money is the root of all evil. She loves money, so she is rooted in evil.
Sell salmon plates for $20.
Now she's making up something. What the hell she get a salmon plate for? She ain't seen no menu. This is how she works, though. She just creates a narrative. They don't know no better. They ain't paying no attention. They so busy looking for a laugh that they ain't even paying no attention.
They out there on 75th Street, child. Finna sell salmon plates for $20. It's about 2010, 11.
And just more of showing you how lack of morals and human decency. She's sitting there just smacking in people's face and snorting and all of that. Not an excuse me in sight. Because you think her stuff don't stink. She's a sociopath. She has one of the highest levels of delusion on this planet. She's in the lane of Trump. She truly is.
Ain't nobody finna buy no fish from you.
Where'd she get this fish from? Again, making up a narrative. And then she rolling with it.
75th Street? Not over East. You gonna forget that. So anyway, Calvin draws up a contract. I go over there, look around, little shanty looking spot they got. I look around, come to find out, they give me the contract. Took me 3 seconds to read and sign that contract. 3 seconds is all it took. Okay?
3 seconds to read and sign. It takes 3 seconds to sign. So that means you didn't read. The reason you did not read, and I was there, for those of y'all who don't know, I was there. She literally grabbed the contract. It was her and the friend in the corner. She flips it. Where do I sign? This is what she did. Where do I sign? Flip to the page. And Calvin told her. She signed. That's her signature. I ain't finna show because everybody's name on here. She signed it and was like, that's it. And I don't know. I think she had a copy. She would have had to have a copy. And then that's when Calvin was like, what? You signed that so quick. That's because she never planned on abiding by it. She's admitting it. 3 seconds? You can't read, comprehend, and sign in 3 seconds. In 3 seconds, you ain't even got time to read through one of the paragraphs in an 8-page document. How do you inherently know that the 8-page document is invalid, not gonna make sense, poorly constructed in 3 seconds? 8 pages? Because that's not what happened. What happened was you walked in the door when you had made the agreement and knew the contract was being drafted, and I think we went back and forth with it too, if I'm not mistaken. You knew you weren't going to abide by it, no matter what was in it. Oh, why does the snort start everything? Oh, that's funny.
Here go Calvin.
That's God's little humor in this, because God is going to take care of all this. That I know for a fact.
You signed this real fast. Let me look over this. I said, well, it's your contract. You the one made it. I don't understand. But the problem is, you the one made the contract. Ain't you? Ain't it? So, hold on, y'all. I said, you the one made the contract? He's about something. Okay.
Again, this is always, notice all her stories turn her, got to make the other person seem idiotic, got to make her seem like the victim, and got to make her seem like she is so much more intelligent than everyone. And then in the end has to have her turn out to be the victor. Every single story she tells, no matter who she interacts with. Hell, even her family, who she grifts on.
So I found it. And I went on about my business. And they went on about theirs. I turned the truck into what it needed to be. And then,
which was not the lunch machine. So she's skipping over. She's skipping over stuff. I turned the truck into what it needed to be. It wasn't the lunch machine. She repainted the truck nasty ass pink. I wish I had a Pepto-Bismol pink. I don't think I got it near. I don't know for sure. Pepto-Bismol pink, and turned it into the Sugar Whip. Instantly. Within a week of signing the contract, she took our truck, repainted it, rebranded it, and was out there selling cupcakes. She was using it as the food truck for her cupcake gallery. Never intended to give us any profits or anything or abide by anything. Then you'll see here. Well, I'm going to go ahead and let it play. I don't even know because I ain't listened to the. I just recorded this and walked out the room, to be honest. Let's see what she say. I only knew the first part.
once more, did I hear anything else from them until it was a couple of months later. So a couple months later, here I go. I got everything set up, hired an employee, truck outside making money.
She's a liar from the pit of hell. She didn't hear nothing from me, and it wasn't even months, but she didn't hear nothing from me because I was already through with her after I saw her grifting on us. She did, however, hear from Calvin because of the fact that she lived in his building on the first floor with a roommate. She was his tenant. Lying ass. How you ain't talked to him for months, living in his building, paying rent? How you ain't talked to him for months? There were outings, there were events. How you ain't talked to him for months? Lying ass.
And I was talking to this guy, we weren't really dating. I was talking to this guy that lived in Little Rock, Arkansas at the time. And so we said, well, we're going to meet up for a date night to hang out in Memphis. So we drove from, let me see, Chicago. We drove on down to Memphis. And my car had a Dodge Intrepid. It was green.
She is always stuffing that mouth of hers, ain't she? Lies coming out one way and food going in the other. So she's telling you in the statement before, and then she always gives these little details that just mean nothing. Who cares about what kind of car you had at the time? But that's to make it be like, oh, he telling the truth because he remembered the car he was driving. That don't make it the truth, idiots. Flying monkey behavior is ridiculous. He's just told you that he hadn't talked to myself nor Calvin for months. However, he's about to tell the story where he Calvin were on a trip together with their other landlord. How you not talking to him for months, but you on a trip together? Huh? Make it make sense. Y'all hanging out and going on a trip, a road trip. Do y'all go on road trips with people you hate, who you don't talk to? Road trips in your car? Because he didn't need to, Calvin didn't need to get to Memphis, whatever he just said. That's a vacation. That's a pleasurable trip. These are the details that they don't know, though, so they easily just eat it up and then ignore the fact that he said that I ain't talked to them for months. But you're on a trip with Calvin. Somehow that ain't making sense.
And we drove the car down. Who was we? Oh, me, Calvin, and Jamel. Jamel drove, right? Calvin.
Y'all see how sassy and gingerly he put that tea bag in that, like he's really saying something. You're telling on yourself that you were still, in fact, talking and interacting with Calvin, who you just said moments ago that you hadn't talked or communicated with for months. Lying ass. Alice is saying he has the audacity to be wearing a shirt that says be kind. That's because he's a walking contradiction. Truly a walking contradiction.
In the back seat, I was in the front seat. So we drove down to Memphis, had a good time in Memphis, no issues, no problems. We're leaving.
This shows you how she plots on people, though, and how fake and phony she is, and how she does this to the people in her circle to this day. Crystal and all the rest of them. She was hanging out with Calvin, not me, because I'm the kind of person, like, I can't be fake and phony. Like, you doing all of that, that made me see her in a different way. I didn't want no parts of her. I was done. But she is, at that same time, hanging out still. And again, she telling them about one situation where she was hanging out with Calvin. You're hanging out with the person that you are plotting on. Like, that's snake behavior. You know you're about to grift them and get over on them, and you are sitting there laughing in their face, listening to music, going out to eat with them, and all of that, all the while knowing you're about to screw them over. That's how dirty she is. That's the part that I hope that one day people will understand, that it doesn't matter what she appears to be and how social and charismatic and all of that. She's still the spawn of Satan. She's still a snake oil salesman. She's still snaky. It's at a core. She's a grifter.
Memphis, headed back to Chicago. I know it was Memphis because we stayed at the Marriott by the Mall of America.
See how she does this stuff too? She's going to give and name details that mean nothing to the story. What the hell does the hotel you stayed next to the Mall of America, what does that have to do with your scamming of the business you had with your friends in Chicago? The food truck never drove to Memphis. The business was not licensed in Memphis. What the hell that's got to do with the story? What she about to tell you is how her little feelings got hurt.
Or the Mall of Memphis that's gone now. And it's mango steamed black tea. Mango steamed black tea. That's by the Mall of America. A Mall of Memphis that's gone. The most I remember is the street curved.
See, she did this the last time she told the story. I don't know if I feel like she does this every time too. This is part that should let people know how rehearsed this lie is. Because I'm just telling y'all randomly today, like I didn't plan to talk about this today when I woke up at all, just until I got these messages. I'm just telling the story off the cuff. I'm giving you bits and pieces as I'm prompted by her videos, as I gave y'all the overview. I don't have to sit here and rehearse the story. I'm giving odds and ends, bits and pieces, telling a piece there, which is the way that you can talk about a story when it's true. when it actually happened, when it's authentic. However, when it's a lie that you don't want to get caught up in order to not get caught up in the lie that you have told for years, you got to tell it the same way. You can't break from your script. Why? Because every time you break from your script, you reveal another crack in your lie. That's why she gonna tell the story the same way. And they over there flapping. Yes, it's true because he telling the same way like he reading a script. Because he is. A script in his head of the way he made this lie to be. With no receipts. Don't be so slow. My God, don't be so slow. Shamika said, reverse psychology at its finest. Right. Flying monkey behavior. It's ridiculous. He is literally, wait until I clip all this together one day. Literally telling it the same order. He's talking about the curved street. I remember this because he said it the last, at least one time before. I feel like 2 times before I heard that. And I feel like he added this piece in at some point. Who cares about a curved street? Listen to this foolishness. It's so ridiculous.
There was a Circle K on one side of the street. There was a tall Marriott that was by a mall.
Now, this is the part I'm catching. Who cares about what she talking about? She ain't talking about nothing. In order for him, for Crooks, to prove in his mind, her mind, that she is telling the truth. This is a way for her to make y'all think she telling the truth, is for her giving factual truths about landmarks in an area of a place she traveled to during that time period. However, what she won't give facts on that can be verified and backed up is facts about the business. Where are these facts? Because we're talking about the business, the lunch machine, the supposed business that Calvin and I were trying to plot on you about. Where are these facts? Memphis has nothing to do with this. The streets in Memphis, the Mall of America has nothing to do with this. Nothing. And they like, see, he ain't lying, because there is a Circle K gas station over there. What the fuck does this got to do with this? Nothing. Don't be so slow all your life. Flying monkey behavior. That's right. He talking about the Circle K, and I know that because my grandmother lived down the street from there. See, he always telling you, Darius Cooks come with his receipts. Y'all so stupid. Don't be so silly all your life. Don't be so silly all your life. Shame on you.
And then there was a Waffle House. And the last time I told this story.
That's so stupid. Why are we talking about Waffle Houses and corner stores? Right. Suckerette alert. Suckerette behavior.
The people that are from Memphis had confirmed that the Waffle House is still there. Okay.
The people from Memphis have confirmed that the Waffle House is still there. That don't mean they can confirm what the fuck happened with the lunch machine and the lies you've told about that. It has nothing to do with that. But in their minds, because they're not smart enough and sophisticated enough intellectually to understand, because they like, oh, see, he got people verifying the story. He has people verifying a landmark or a restaurant in a city that has zero to do with what happened with the lunch machine story business that he continues to lie about. That's crazy. But I want to break it down like this so y'all see the psychological manipulation of Darius Cooks. And this ain't the only story he does this with. It's not the only story he does this with. He does this with all of the stories that he crafts and creates.
So if you are from Memphis, and I want to say Whitehaven, South Haven, I want to say Whitehaven. That's what I want to say. If you're from Memphis, then what I just said to you sounds very, very, very familiar. You can pinpoint this, even if you don't.
Look at him. Yes, you are correct. Yes. All of us have gone now. Huh? Come on in, Doc. What? He ain't saying nothing. He's giving landmarks. That means nothing about this story.
You're in Memphis anymore, and you're from Memphis. All of this should sound about right and should make some kind of sense, okay? Waffle House gone now, and it's the East Memphis area. They just closed it. Okay, exactly. But you know what I'm talking about because you're from there. So what I'm telling you makes a little bit of sense, huh? Okay.
What makes sense? What makes sense? That you know landmarks in Memphis? That's a whole different topic because we're not talking about landmarks in Memphis. We're talking about what happened with the scam, the food truck scam, the lunch machine scam. None of that, zero of it proves or disproves anything about him scamming with this business and grifting his friends, the locations and landmarks in Memphis. I can't be the only one who see this. I can't be. Lord knows I can't be. Please don't tell me I'm the only one not in the Matrix. Oh my God. He treats those flying monkeys like mushrooms, keeps them in the dark while feeding them a bunch of BS. Yes. Damn, how much did he eat during the live? Because he has surgery, he would have already been full. Yeah, he eats like as much as he claims, and is always talking about them surgeries. He does not eat like a person who has had any kind of bariatric service. None. They're both under the power of delusion and narcissist. Yeah. I think it's almost over. Oh, Jesus.
That's how you know I'm not lying.
That's how you know he not lying because that's how you know he not lying about this business that he ain't showed you nan receipt for because he's telling you about landmarks in Memphis. What? Huh? Huh? You not lying about this that you ain't got no receipts on. Claim all the claims you've made that we was trying to get you, that you own the truck, although I got emails here stating that you're saying you took the unregistered truck from my name and any payments about the auto insurance, I need to, I forgot what he said, what lie he said about that. Emails and everything I got here. And he's saying, but y'all believe me because, yeah, see, there's a Waffle House over there and a Circle K gas station and there's a circular street over there. Tell me I'm right. Let me know if I'm lying. See, I ain't lying. See, I ain't got to lie. See, that show you I'm telling the truth. You change subjects, though. But you say you change subjects. He good though. I gotta give it to him. He good. Like when people ain't really that, they sense they ain't tight thinking in the mind.
Okay, that's how you know my ass is not lying about this.
That's how you know he not lying about this entire food truck situation. Again, I got to keep showing y'all that I ain't just talking off the top of my head. Y'all know he ain't lying because he just told you landmarks in Memphis. That means he not lying about the food truck. Look, everything Inc. said. The story never changes, LOL. You're an idiot. You are an idiot. That is pure insanity. That you think because somebody ain't changed their lie and make it the truth. That's insane. What is it? Lovell. The Marriott building's still there. What that's got to do with the lunch machine? Netta Michelle. It's all gone now, though. What? Who cares?
So anyway, oh Lord. So anyway, we in the car at the service at the filling station, get ready to fill the car so we can get back on I-55, no 57. Both of them, 55 and 57. That's what it is. You take 55 down to the end, and then you hop 57.
Now he's giving. This can't be real. Now he's giving directions on how to get from Memphis back to Chicago. So again, this means he's telling the truth. People can't be this slow, but they are because we looking at it here. Oh no! All these tink tinks, flying monkey tink tinks. Oh.
You get that somewhere around Sykeston. Or is it Pike? Either Sykeston or Pike. Because you know what? You know how I know? Because you stop at Lambert's and get you some throw rolls. Quit playing with me. I'm fat. I've been fat my whole life. This ain't nothing new. If you've been to Lambert's, you are falling out right now. Anyway.
This part of the love bombing. This is part, because now I got to connect with you to make you disconnect from the lies I'm telling. Like they now have switched their minds from being on the topic at hand to the euphoric feelings and about their lives, the nostalgia about whether their childhood or whatever. He said Sykeston, the first thing came to my mind is I have an ex who lived there. And I just thought, but I'm not a flying monkey, so that didn't take me to the place. Like, oh, I remember my ex lived there. I went there to visit his mom and met his sisters, and yeah. That's to keep you off the real story. She good. When you don't have your third eye and third ear paying attention to her, she will grift around you. She twirling all around with these lies. That still ain't got nothing to do with the lunch machine. But this is also a part of her narrative. When she tells the story, she tells this part the same way too. I think the Sykeston thing is added in now. Never really talked. Now she glossed over all this. I sat here in that 3-part. I had to do a 3-part series to cover this. She tell it in 20-something minutes, and only 5 minutes of it is actually the story. The rest is this filler. She just filling in. She giving additives, just like the sugar she added to that old nasty ass tea she probably drinking.
Coast don't know about this. West Coast don't know.
Tell me flat tea she drinking.
This down south don't know about this. This is only people from the Midwest know about Sykeston and Lambert's. That's it. Don't nobody else know about that.
Again, I thought we was talking about the lunch machine.
Don't nobody else know about Lambert's and Sykeston but us. People from Philadelphia is like.
Now we're talking about Philadelphia. You see how this to make them forget all the inconsistencies of the earlier part of the story. So when she returns to it, they starting all over again. They little bird brains can't remember the inconsistencies that she left off on. They mind and spun. She done took them now off the interstate. Now they in Philadelphia.
What's that? People that's from California. What are you talking about? So what is that? What do you mean? What are you talking about? Am I lying? Okay. Anyway.
Am I lying? This is cult behavior. This is cult leader behavior. They give you factual truths. There's a Lambert's. There's a Sykeston, Illinois. There's Philadelphia, whatever the hell he's talking about. I zoned out on that. All of that is real. So then he says, am I lying? They like, no, you ain't lying about none of those landmarks and locations and buildings and stuff. So that means you're not a liar. No, that ain't what that means, girl. That means he's taking you off topic to tell you, to give you a factual something to then return back to his lie, hoping you will apply The fact that you now think he's not a liar because he's told you something factual to his actual lie, so you'll start thinking that's true too. Oh, he be playing with y'all mind. Oh, it's scary. Oh, no.
So we filled the car up to head on back north. And we're at the service station. And Calvin in the back seat, Sam.
Now, this part he says all the time. This I think the other stuff was added. But this part he says all the time.
And Calvin in the back seat, Sam. Payday coming. Payday coming. He had his hand, he had his Birdman hands going. Okay? He had his Birdman hands going. He said, payday coming. I said, okay.
She be bothered by the most inane things too. This show how petty she is. This show how petty and insecure that she is. Because you gotta notice when she starts talking about people and things that they've supposedly done to her, where she becomes the victim, it be the most inane thing. Like, you got mad over that? You holding on to that? They got my name. Guess what they named it? They named it Eat Better Cafe. That stupid ass name I came up with. How dare they couldn't come up with an original idea? It's like, girl, get over it. Now she mad because Calvin rubbed his hands together and said, oh, payday is coming. His payday was coming. Supposedly, he was supposed to get paid. That was the due date of the profit sharing when it was supposed to be distributed. What's the problem with that? He was due money, really money back that he had invested. That wasn't even getting into, that was still him and me being in the red. That wasn't even like we was coming up. That was us getting reimbursed. There's a problem because he was looking forward to being reimbursed for investing in your dream. How hurt and damaged of a human being do you have to have a problem with somebody looking forward to getting reimbursed money that they were owed? Huh? Tink, tink.
Well, it came time for payday. Guess who didn't get paid? Somehow somebody forgot about expenses, operational costs, labor.
Somehow we forgot about those things, or we knew about those things and we're trying to be fair business partner. The other piece that now, because we've gone from talking about the Mall of Memphis, Waffle House, the Interstate, Saxton, Illinois, Philadelphia, you're supposed to forget, because that's what she does. And all those things are factual. Those places exist. So that was the truth. We're supposed to forget the lie that happened all before we got to that. I don't know how many minutes he spent. I should have been paying attention to the timestamp. Spent minutes. That was at least 3-4 minutes probably of him just aimlessly talking about bullish. We're supposed to forget that he told you immediately that after he got the truck from us, he did what he had to do with it, which I just explained to you was turned it into the sugar whip and started delivering cupcakes from it. So we were never supposed to get that money. We were not investors or owners of the Cupcake Gallery or any of its entities, any profit sharing or anything related to that. Neither one of us invested in that. We were not a part of that business. So if you turn our food truck into the sugar whip, which only caters to serving items, products from the Cupcake Gallery, we weren't never do that money no way. That ain't the way he telling this story, though. He leaving out the fact that the lunch machine never hit the street. What he's talking about here with profits he received and supposedly employees he's paid, and I think in this one you also see he lied about that. But he's talking about the sugar whip. Lunch machine never hit the street. Lies. The lies, the lies, the lies.
Capital startup costs. Apparently, sorry, I forgot about that. And then he said, and forgetting about all the other expenses, he said in the contract, 50% of the profit He did not say 50%.
Remember, Calvin's part was only 25%. It was not 50%.
Of the revenue in the contract. See, the contract was signed and executed months prior to this. So it was your contract that you initiated. It was your contract that you wanted me to sign to get back a truck that never belonged to you in the first place. But the contract said 50% of the profit indefinitely. Now, last I checked, as the chief executive officer of said organization, I also,
again, terms, the partnership shall commence as of the date of this agreement and shall continue until terminated as provided herein, with a minimum of 1 year commitment to the operation of the lunch machine and its entities, unless dissolution is agreed to by unanimous vote of all partners. What the hell is infinite, or whatever word you just used? Where the hell is that? Where? This is the contract here. Why are we believing a person who does not have a contract with them and who is just stating things from their psychopathic mind? Created narratives to make himself the victim and victor. He goes from victim to victor. That's it. They ain't got no in between. Victim, victor. That's all we got. And I'm proving it right here. He just said another lie too about the truck that he owned outright, blah, blah, blah. Again, it's too many documents. I don't feel like going through it. We did the video, but he does have, there's an email exchange that we have here. I just can't find it quickly. Where he talks about removing the truck out of my name as far as the registration and the fact of me needing to send him to be reimbursed for the insurance payments, the auto insurance payments. Why would I be paying auto insurance for a vehicle that I do not own? Legally, I can't even do that. Why would I be paying auto insurance for a vehicle I have nothing to do with? Wouldn't the owner of that vehicle, said vehicle, be paying the auto insurance for it? Wouldn't they be the policy holder of that of said insurance coverage? How can I cover something that I don't own and have no ownership interest in? Huh? I can cover myself. I can have auto insurance for myself as an individual. But no, this was auto insurance for the vehicle. Lies. Just lies.
I'm responsible for the fiduciary health of the organization, which means that
But again, all this is null and void because she never put the lunch machine out on the street. She rebranded as a different business, where her existing other business. So she lying right here. This whole thing is a lie. And I don't even think I caught this the last time. This whole piece of it is a lie because she never took the lunch machine out. She rebranded. She stole the truck under false pretenses, rebranded under her own business, her own existing business, and sold products as that business only. She stole the business from us. And then she never talks about the fact that she forged bank documents and stole the money that we did have in there in the bank account, changed merchant information, again, re-registered obviously forged some stuff to re-register the truck out of my name and other stuff. I can't remember off the top of my head. She actually would have had to, I don't know what she would have did, but she had to do some stuff to finagle Calvin's name off the business license too. Because we took care of all that. Or she might have just been driving it illegally. Knowing her, she probably was. Just a liar.
I so see it fit to provide a spot bonus to an employee because of their performance or for retention or whatever the case may be.
Spot bonus for an employee. There were no employees. She's going to later tell you that. Now, she claims she had one. She could not hold employees. That I know for a fact. She could never keep employees at the Cupcake Gallery because she's a horrible boss. To this day, we still see that. She can't keep employees. The only one she has now is Tammy, who works at the warehouse occasionally when some shipments need to go out. And then the rest of the people who box and do all the other stuff, those are day laborers. Those are not employees. And I honestly think the reason it works with Tammy, and she's been around the little time she has been, maybe it's 2 years now, maybe, is for the fact that he don't see her often. He don't see her daily. They have phone conversations, and she gets to work in peace without him. That's what makes it. He's states away. Well, now a whole country away. That's how he's able to make that work. If he was there daily with her, she probably would have been gone too.
Then that is also my business. As the CEO, just like the CEO at your company can do the exact same thing. So if there was
Again, this is all a false narrative because he was not running the lunch machine business. He had rebranded it, of course. But also, our contract specifically says any financial decisions, even the ones that he's talking about, have to be approved by all partners. I read that in the longer 3-part live, so y'all can watch that if you care about all that. More lies. He did not have the ability to, the contract specifically stated that he could not do all of that. I'll read what I sent to the attorney to lay out all the fraudulent ish she did before I close this out. How we going to 4 out? How the hell that happened? Jesus.
Leftover money, it went to a spot bonus to one of the employees. It does not matter if the employee was me or not. I have that option as the chief executive officer to incentivize any employee, including that of myself.
He's bragging about how any leftover profit, if there were any, because again, this ain't our business. This was his own. This is the fraud that he was committing. Multiple frauds, really. He's admitting that even if you go with the version of the story that he did put the lunch machine out there, it did make money, et cetera, he's admitting that any additional money that was left over that should have a profit that should have been shared with us, he ate it up by giving himself a bonus. He just admitted to stealing. They love this part of the story. You got them. He's admitting that he's a thief once again. We played a clip in the beginning of our intros with Darius Cooks admitting to stealing from at church, from his school teacher, from Frank's Nursery and Craft, how he was skimming credit cards. We know he's been accused of doing that at his restaurants as well. It's Greens and Gravy and Soul Crab Atlanta and Soul Crab Chicago. Oh, and the Fresh Go and other stuff. Other stuff. Cupcake Gallery too. But Fresh Go, the Fresh Go credit card scam. Oh, and Above 701 scam. State of Georgia got him for that one. He's telling you this was before all of that. This was even before the Fresh Go scam. He's telling you he's a thief. He had at this point had already stolen from church ladies' purses, from his teachers' purses. He had already done his scam at Frank's Nursery and Craft as a teenager working there, skimming off people's credit cards. I ain't know nothing about all that stuff. We get fast forward. This is probably close to a decade later or so. He's stealing from his two best friends. Best friend from high school. He's telling you that any money that they were due, I added it as a bonus to myself. It's called stealing. You're a thief. Bragging about it, and they're celebrating it. That's how the hell you can, some of y'all wonder, how they still following him when he's known to be a scammer? They celebrate scammers. They're celebrating it right there. They're loving it. They're eating it up. You got them. You stole from them. Congratulations, Master. You so good at stealing and grifting. You admit it. And then when people tell us that you're doing it, we deny it and say you a good person and you be kind. Like your t-shirt say, you be kind. Nothing kind about this grifter.
In other words, bitch, gotcha.
In other words, bitch, a thief. Bitch is a thief. That's all I see there. That she's proud of. You ain't get nobody you stole. You're a thief. You're a criminal. And you're proud of it. A decade later, you're still proud of it.
In other words, bitch, I gotcha. This is it.
Bitch, a scammer.
Who you think I am? Huh?
DJ Bacon Back. DJ Coke Brain.
Ma'am.
DJ Con Artist.
Sir, who do you think?
DJ Damaged Soul. DJ Denture.
I am.
DJ Alibaba.
Early.
DJ Booger.
Early.
DJ Buy Escort.
That's the time you got to get up to in order to fool me. Early. Girl, I went along with the whole thing for 2 or 3 months. Girl.
That's what I told you. I just told y'all that. Again, I ain't watching this part. I just record this stuff and bring it to y'all. I went along with it for 2-3 months. Played a role. Played a role like she wasn't grifting. This takes a level of acting and scamming, scheming on a high level. Manipulation. And she did it to 2 of her closest friends and other people, but 2 of her closest friends for months, she says. And they think she ain't been doing it to them for years. Behind a camera, we were face to face with her. Imagine the stuff she whips up behind a camera when she just come on and do her reality show for a couple hours. But they think what they see is real. That's the part that gets me. That's delusion right there. That's where the bird brains kick in. Get them likes up. What are likes looking like? 121 likes. Please hit that like button if you haven't as of yet. I know some of y'all missed this content. We'll definitely be back with more of this type of content on Friday. Join us Friday evening. We'll do a later live for our Darius Cooks Exposed.
Went right along with it. Like it was nobody's business. I knew what was going to happen.
Right. To brag about scamming your friends is extra nasty work. Very much so. We were friends. As much as, she rewrites the narrative now. Supposedly, I'm a jealous ex. I don't know how we skip over the nearly decade of friendship that came after that, where she actually scammed me. Because when we stopped dating, there was no hard feelings. We just moved on with life. All of a sudden, I'm a bitter ex. Not the ex-friend that you scammed, but an ex-boyfriend that had no problems, and it was amicable when we just stopped talking. Make it make sense. But, she got to create the narrative.
All the dinners we went to. And
now, didn't she say, again, this how her talking about Saxton, Illinois, and the Waffle House, and the Mall of Memphis, and Philadelphia, then got people's minds all over the place. Didn't she say she didn't talk to us for months? But now she's saying how she played the role for months, like everything was fine, going to dinners and all of that, and they traveled together with no problems, like nothing was wrong. She was playing a role. But then she just said she hadn't talked to us for months. Huh? And I think there may have been some group dinners that she attended, because I'm like, I know I wasn't hanging out with her like I used to. It wasn't no one-on-one hanging out. I know for sure. She lied. Like, but there's a problem because she does this. This was from her IG lies because all she do is lie on them. This is from her IG lies this morning. Again, she puts this out there. She records it. And then she goes about her business. These get deleted. She never leaves these up because they're evidence. If we wouldn't record these would just be gone into the abyss with the rest of her lies. When you're able to replay them, you're able to see her inconsistency in her lies. She literally just said in this that she hadn't talked to us in months. Now she's saying she was hanging out and going to dinner, and we know the trip because that was already part of the lie. In that time frame and acted like everything was fine, knowing she was going to scam us all along.
2 or 3 months. Girl. Went right along with it. Like it was nobody's business. I knew what was going to happen.
I knew what was going to happen. Plotting on us for months. For months. Smiling in our face. Well, they smile in your face. I can't remember. They're a backstabber. I forgot the name. It's one of them old songs. It's Temptations, some y'all. Give me the words, Alice. Smile in your face. All the while they're a backstabber. That's her. She doing it to her flying monkeys too. They just don't see it yet. Hopefully Tommy is doing it to him too. Y'all, oh, I pray. Oh, Lord, please, please let this come. Please let this be. Oh, and this would be so epic. Oh, everybody's saying it, Lord. I don't see it yet, but Lord, please let it be. I'm having faith. I believe in you. I know your power. Just let me see it, Lord. Let me see it. And this would be great. This would be the time for you to do it, Lord. Please, Lord.
Then as we went to it.
Oh, the OJs.
You smile in people's face. Mm-hmm.
All the while you're a backstabber. He is telling them how dirty he is. However, how he's helped these flying monkeys reconcile with how egregious and how nasty, much nasty work that is to do that to your closest friends. And okay, all he got to say about how we're supposedly these evil people, me and Calvin, is that we had a contract where we, in his mind, where he's saying we wanted a contract where we were getting, well, Calvin wanted, I don't know how Calvin wanted 50% by himself. I don't know how that happened, but the way he tells the story. But all it was that we had a contract where we wanted our part of the business and we wanted it for, I guess, eternity or whatever. That makes you want to throw away years of friendship and scam them versus just saying, I'm not going to get in business with you at all. And on top of that, I'm going to call the police to get my truck back from y'all since you stole it. I don't get that. That level of plotting says a lot about a person's character. You can't be, because he never once says that we fell out, like about anything. He never once says, yeah, they did this to me and we got in a fight and an argument and this and that. That's because none of it ever happened. All of it was civil communication. Not nobody cursing at nobody. Nobody called out no names. I didn't call her DJ Fraud. I didn't call her DJ Lion Lips. None of the stuff I do today, I didn't do none of it. And the only reason I do it today is because she started it. And I like to finish it. That's the only reason I drag her the way that I do, because she started that. She liked to say, I don't start it, but I feel people come for me. I just come for them. No, girl, because I wasn't talking about you for 20 years. You the one that's been online lying about this story, lying, completely making it up. But again, we didn't have any major falling out. It was her scamming us that made us stop talking to her and dealing with her. That's it. And the only reason she got mad at us and felt like the business wouldn't work for her, is because we had an opinion about wanting a customer service phone line. Customer service was the breaking point for her. The same ish she got a problem with today, which is customer service, Well, it's better now because Tammy mostly takes care of it in Atlanta. But the same issue, the same thing that brought her to most of y'all's attention with the scamming was due to the lack of customer service. And to this day, when she go live with her live IG Live's reality show, she's sitting there treating them like ish. The customer service is still horrible. Calvin and I love to treat people the way people should be treated. We love on people. We'll clap back when we need to, but we love on people. And that was a problem for him. That's where he got mad at us. That is it. And from there, he decided to get us. How dare you care about people? She's evil. She got issues. She can't name, she don't have not nan bad thing to say about neither one of us. Listen to her. Now today she mad at me because I expose her ass. But when she talks about our past, she has nothing bad to say about me. Why? Because I'm not a bad person. You gotta pay attention to these things, flying monkeys. Pay attention. The only bad thing she says about me is now I'm supposedly a crazy ex because I'm exposing her for being a horrible friend and business partner. Well, and scammer to like thousands of other people. That's when I became a bad person. How dare you tell people who I really am? You are horrible. You're a crazy ex. Oh, she's so delusional. I mean, she got nothing better. Oh, I'm sorry. Now I got bad skin. I'm wide-hipped. All the those are the only things, and these are like, you know, elementary reads and roasts that she tries to do. That's all she can say about me. And we know the bad skin ain't true. And I actually have a way better body than she's ever had in her life with 0 surgeries needed. 0 surgeries needed. Let me not go in too deep because we're saving some of that for Friday. Oh, trust I'm coming Friday. Anyway, let's finish this lie.
Oh, I got them good too. Whatever, so mad. But they've been mad at me ever since.
Disappointed. Just disappointed. Disappointed. Because why do that to people you love? Who cares? Why do that to people you love or people who had your back? Disappointment. And then we found out you were a scammer like that. It wasn't isolated to your situation with us. We then learned about the Fresco scam and the credit. Well, I kind of knew stuff was slowly starting to happen with the Cupcake Gallery scam because my best friend was an investor. Unfortunately, because I told him about it. And I knew he wasn't getting paid and had to hunt you down to get a little bit of money he got. But he never got all his money back from you. That's when I found out who you really were. We leave those stories out, though. Darius Cooks ain't never talked about the Fresco scam. Ever. Ever. Won't even mention it.
And as long as I ain't doing nothing in life, they was fine. You know, as long as your star don't shine too brightly.
Here's her creating the narrative. So she always wraps up her story, this lie, this particular lie. Well, all her lies turn out this way. She got to talk about, because people be like, well, why they outing you then? What's wrong with them? Why they ain't got no lie for this and that? He then got to say, because they jealous of me. Because they want to be me. They want to be a big boy stuck in a bariatric body. They want to be a person who has a boyfriend with an oatmeal pie face. Meaning Jerome. They want to be me.
It's okay. The moment that star starts to shine a little brightly, they got pissed.
This is the other thing this delusional girl don't understand. She's an internet person. She's an internet public figure. Vell B didn't even start paying attention to the internet until 2020, during the pandemic, like a lot of y'all too. I wasn't on the internet like that. I had a Facebook, barely was on it, didn't have Instagram, had signed up for Twitter, never used it. All that stuff. I was not an internet person. Darius Cooks, DJ Baconback, life completely exists on the internet. We all know this. Anyone who is not on the internet don't know who the hell she is. Then the other half of the internet still don't know who the hell she is. You got to be in a certain demographic of the internet to even know that she exists. I was not a part of the internet, so I knew nothing of what was happening with her, except for sporadically I would hear of some drama here or there. I got to remember Friday to put in that Deacon story. I got to remember that because I left off on that when we last did our Darius Cooks cover, and I never came back to it. But I would hear about little stuff like that, like, ooh, Darius Cooks got called out by some deacon or something like that. And I knew about him opening up the restaurant in Chicago. I heard about that by word of mouth in Chicago every once in a while. But I did not know what she was up to in this way. I just didn't. Didn't know, didn't care. This girl swears on her life that her delusional, narcissistic, sociopathic life, that I was somehow on the internet watching her every move. I could give a fuck. To this day, I cover you as content, and I still don't pay attention to what you do on an everyday or even weekly basis. I get the content I got to get, and when I need to catch up, that's the reason I can't cover Bali today. I don't know. I really don't. I know the little bit, and I go to the Exposing Darius Cooks group. I go to our Twitter hashtag and wherever else I go, and I catch up, and then I fill it in. That's it. You're not interesting, girl. You're boring as fuck. All you do is lie and grift. I'm not a big boy stuck in a bariatric body, so your content of just talking about food day in and day out is not interesting to me. I know you're lying and grifting half the time, so I don't find you entertaining. You're not all that, girl. You're just not. You appeal to a low vibrational mindset. My mindset is too high for that. Sorry, I'm not Breon Love. You appeal to a certain deplorable mindset that doesn't appeal to me. So I still don't know what you're doing. I have to research you like I research any other news story. And yours would be so convoluted, it take too long. So it take me a while to get back to these stories sometimes.
They got pissed.
And pissed as he got for us using what was it? Eat Better Cafe.
And I mean pissed. Well,
how did he know how pissed we got when we never talked to him? Literally, from the moment we found out he scammed us, when we had that email exchange, we never talked to him again. Ever talk to him again. How does he know how we felt? She just makes up stuff. Even the fact of us, I told y'all about us doing the talking to the attorney about the lawsuit. He don't know none of that happened because he never was served, because we didn't go that far. He had already run off escaped to New York, like he's escaping to Bali. He had already escaped, running away from his crimes, just like he's escaping the United States of these Americas at this point to escape to Bali, to run away from getting caught up in the stuff that people are putting together on him now. How he know how we felt? How he know if we upset if we didn't talk to him?
That's not my fault. You didn't think about that when you tried to get me?
Again, assumption. Nobody ever told him that we didn't know the difference between revenue, profit and gross. No one ever told him that. This is something she done made up.
You didn't think about that when you stole the name and wanted to use the name as the name of your.
She really bothered about that Eat Better Cafe. Should I do Eat Better Cafe shirts, y'all? I do have to catch up on our merch. Let me see. This poll question is: do you think Darius Cooks enjoys me doing content on exposing her? 79% of y'all say yes. He does. He does. In a way, it's like a sadomasochist. It's like it's twofold. Part of him loves it and misses it when I don't do it. Part of him is grieved by it because then I say stuff that forces him, to have to respond, and the flying monkeys be like, Vell said, why did Vell said? Big nose Vell said. They like some goddamn grammar school, elementary school kids. They love it.
Business or whatever the case may be. You think about any of that. I was never a consideration. In fact, you were going to walk all over me to the benefit of yourself and the detriment of my complete soul and spirit.
What? What did she just say? We were going to walk over her to the complete detriment of her whole soul and spirit? Damn, she just made up some stuff there. That's deep too. It sounds deep, but it's just some made up ish. But it does sound deep, don't it? Because we wanted to sign a contract for 1 year minimum. We wanted to this is how damaged she is. How dare you require something of me? And if you require, this is telling you how she feels about it. How dare you require something of me? This is how I know she ain't got no real friends in her life now. Everybody she got in her life now does not hold her accountable. She claims they do. They think they do, but they don't really hold her accountable, because to hold her accountable makes her feel like this. You want to violate and invade the total depths of my soul and being. Girl, what? From a food truck business? Wow, you're damaged. I mean, I know this, but damn, hearing some of this stuff.
They got pissed. They got pissed. And I mean pissed. Well, that's not my fault. You didn't think about that when you tried to get me. You didn't think about that when you stole the name and wanted to use the name as the name of your business or whatever the case may be. You didn't think about any of that. I was never a consideration. In fact, you were going to walk all over me to the benefit of yourself and the detriment of my complete soul and spirit.
I gotta keep that one. I gotta come back and grab this. Walk over her to the complete detriment of her soul and being. What? Wow. Oh, wow. That's deep. Oh, she felt all of that from us wanting to recoup money she grifted from us. Wow. That's sad, y'all.
Went to the truck. I took the truck on the road. Girl, I made money. The lunch machine was out.
And then sold it on Craigslist from, I don't know how. I think I heard between $6,000 to $12,000, but I don't know for sure. I know she sold it on Craigslist because I showed y'all the listing. I got the listing.
Oh yes. Oh yeah. It might be somebody on here that remember the lunch machine that came down. I was downtown in Chicago.
The lunch machine wasn't out. It was called the Sugar Whip.
Was out up and down the street, zipping up and down. Then had the best time. One of my best spots was on Dearborn, and I want to say Dearborn and Madison, by the Chase Bank building. That'd be my favorite spot. I would park there. I want to say it was either Wednesdays or Thursdays. I don't want to say Wednesdays. Now, to get there on Wednesday, Because that was the hot spot on Wednesday. You got to come up with a plan. I was a one-man show.
I'm really over this, but I did hear this part because it's about to wrap up, and he tells on himself again. So I'm just playing until this, and then we done with her for now.
This was my plan. I would get up at 3 o'clock in the morning, drive my car downtown, and park my car at the Chase building. They used to have pay, the meter parking. I don't know what's over there now, but meter. So you pay the meter, and I leave my car down there. Okay. Then I would get out my car, walk to the red line, and I would catch the red line train up north to Wilson. I start baking, everything I had to do. So by 9 o'clock, I was ready. I had everything on the truck loaded. I put everything on the truck, get downtown about 10. Now remember, it's only me. So I got to double park the truck in the middle of the street, leave it there, go get in my car, double park my car for a moment, parallel park the truck where my car was, and then drive my car up the street to the court parking lot and the theater parking garage and park my car in there. I would get out of my car at the lot, at the thing, walk back down the street and get back on the truck, open up the truck and do business. Now, the window for the truck was on the right side of the truck. The way the street was.
What I'm going to point out here is, I don't know if I can take any more, to be honest, but what I want to point out here is Darius Cooks lied and said that he had employees. However, I told y'all that ain't true. Like, he would have a person here or there and then do something to them, not pay them right and all kind of stuff, and then they would quit or fall out, or he would treat them horribly and they would quit, etc. He lied even in this, talking about how he had employees to pay and all of that with the contract, and that's how we end up with no money. But then he's telling you how, and he's also claimed how successful the Cupcake Gallery was. Well, if the Cupcake Gallery was so successful and not the fraud that we all learned later in Chicago that it really was, why you the one running out by yourself with this truck? You got to park your car in a certain place, double park the truck, double park the car, switch the car with the truck, park the car in the parking garage, come back, do the truck. You got to go to the restaurant, to the Cupcake Gallery by yourself, cook up everything. How you doing all that? Why are you doing all that by yourself if you got this successful multi-million-dollar business and it's doing so well? This sounds like a person struggling to make something work. This sounds like a person who don't have no employees at the time. I've told y'all before in other lives that he would shut the Cupcake Gallery down because there were times I would hear things. At this point, we weren't talking. So I would hear stuff like, the Cupcake Gallery is never open. Is he still running it? What I know is that he was out there driving the Sugar Whip because he wasn't really making money in that stationary shop. He was only getting a handful of people here or there. So he decided to drive out to the people. And so he was going downtown, et cetera, et cetera. Let him tell the story today. The business was so successful. Let him tell it today. He don't say that he shut the business down because it was a failure. He tells this. He actually skips over why he left Chicago. He just says, oh, I ran through a rough patch and came to New York, got a job in 4 days. Yeah, but what happened to all these successful businesses you had in Chicago? You left all these successful businesses and closed them down and then went to New York and got a regular 9 to 5, huh? For years, huh? Something ain't right about that story. These are the lies she tells. But anyway, so she's telling on herself, because again, you let her talk long enough, she tells on herself. She's telling on herself that she did not have employees. She was struggling with the business to the point that she wanted to steal our food truck so that she could actually go out to get business, sell those cupcakes. Because wasn't nobody coming their ass way up north to get them cupcakes. She only wanted to sell to white women with baby strollers and dogs, $300 baby strollers and dogs, and husbands who work.
You can only serve from the left side of the truck. So I would have to sit in the passenger or sit in the driver's seat in the window and take orders, and then get inside the truck and fix the orders in there, and then get back in the front and then hand them their order. When it was all said and done, I would drive the truck back to work, park the truck, clean the truck, ready to be done, get on the train, go downtown, go to the lot, grab my car, and then drive home. If you think I just got here by blinking, baby, you missed a decade of blood, sweat, and tears. Okay? If you believe for 1 second that I just blinked and showed up, this is why I speak with so much arrogance and confidence in my voice. This is why you can't tell me nothing about nothing. If you ain't walked a mile in these size 15 shoes of mine, I ain't got nothing to hear from you, doc. Nothing. What are we talking about?
He really acts like he the only one that had been through something in his life. And just because he's overcome some of the stuff in his life, obviously not the big things like not being a pathological liar or a sociopath, that he's still failing at, or a fat boy stuck in a bariatric body, he's still failing at that too, constantly yo-yoing with her weight. But she feel like because she's overcome and scammed her way to a few $100,000 that she claims to be $1 million, she feel like she better than everybody and can't nobody tell her nothing. Ain't nothing she can learn in life. She is just delusional. Okay, I'm done. I'm over her. Oh, so over her. Darius is being dramatic. Ain't he always though? He sold the truck for how much? I'm not 100% sure of the amount. I've heard two different amounts. I think that he listed for $12,000. I had to look back at the receipts, but he listed it for, it's either between $6,000 or $12,000. We paid $6,000 for it. That I do remember. So he either sold it for the same amount, or somebody said he made a profit, like he sold it for $12,000, but I'm not sure. Right, a dirty delete. That's all he does with those IG lives is dirty deletes. He's so disgusting, backstabber. Yes, that's what she is. I don't believe nothing he's saying. What? He worked for a half day. I might be missing context with that. Didn't he abandon the Cupcake Gallery factory? Yeah, the Cupcake, it was called a Cupcake Gallery. Yes, he did abandon the Cupcake Gallery. So when everything hit the fan, Darius Cooks, so he scammed us with the food truck. I don't know. I have to look back at the receipts and see when we really discussed. I want to say maybe late summer, early fall is when we realized, maybe it was late summer, where we realized we had got scammed. By like that November, I want to say, we had heard about his, no, it was late. It was December, November, December, something like that. We had started hearing about the Fresh Go scam. Well, there was the Cupcake Gallery scam first. Those investors were saying that they hadn't been paid and all of that kind of stuff. And so we heard about that. And then we later that year heard about the Fresh Go scam. And by the time I heard about the Fresh Go scam, he had already escaped to New York. It was kind of like he disappeared. And then that came out at the same time. And people was like, where'd Darius go? So that for him was the icing on the cake. People were then saying, well, but he didn't, the Cupcake Gallery still looked like it's open. He had curtains that were still up. The lamp was still on. It's like he just left. He just, like a thief in the night. You would have thought he got kidnapped or something. That's what it looked like. So then because he was renting from his best friend's, the best friend who he scammed with the food truck, he was renting from him in his building. He had told the other landlord, it was co-landlords, he wrote a note saying, I'm gone, but I left my part of the rent in my bedroom. And he had Darius Cooks had a roommate. Landlord went down there. It wasn't no rent money there. That was the whole thing. Because then it was like, well, who really got the money kind of thing. I think Darius Cooks didn't really leave the money. Was based on what I know now. Back then, we know. So Darius Cooks just escaped. Just left. Said nothing to nobody. Did just left. Abandoned everything. Let me get to some of my star comments because I got a lot of them there. Is there a sociopath 101 course you take to learn these techniques? Because how do you learn this behavior and apply it effortlessly? He's been practicing. He's been practicing for years. He's been practicing since I knew him. I didn't know he was practicing. You got to look at Darius Cooks was actually doing this stuff before he was doing this stuff before I even knew him. And by the time he did all this stuff, I had knew him over a decade, a little over a decade. So for the flying monkeys to think that it's okay for him to scam his friends is diabolical. Yes, they look at it like, oh, he got them because he paints the narrative that it was a duel. We were trying to get him so he was surviving. That ain't what it was. This girl was just grifting and scamming. This is what it is. Charles is saying, ain't Crystal fired again? I don't really know what, again, I haven't been following closely at all. So I don't know what, yeah, I don't know. I didn't know they went out to dinner, what, a month or so ago. But it was with a group of people. She on the cutting room floor though, for sure. That I know. They friendship ain't what it was. That I know for sure. She don't realize I think she's still trying to hang on. He just brought up how he wishes he could do credit repair again. Of course he do, because that was a good grift. He was having these people just sending him, and they were paying monthly too, auto drafting out of their credit cards. A person who had real money, if these businesses he were done with and he was so as successful as what he claims, he wouldn't be as worried about like wishing he could still go back to these other failed businesses. It's because he's not as successful as what he's claiming. Things are dying down for him, for sure, financially, for sure. That's why he's hoping this next grift, the Bali Grift, is going to take off for him. He said he made so much money with credit repair. Well, probably he made enough where he was able to scam to the point to owe the state of Georgia $147,000 or more. I really hope this Bali venture drains him dry. I really hope it's either a scam or he sinks his money into it and it flops tremendously. Ditto. Ditto. That is illegal in Bali. And they gave the death penalty for drugs in Bali. Yeah, about everybody's pointing out how Darius Cooks does edibles incessantly. And he does them boldly in Bali where they are illegal. THC is illegal. How he getting around it, I don't know. But he also does it in Texas where it's illegal. So, and on live and talks about it. Charles says his own friends, when he went to Bali the first time, warned him that it's possibly a scam. Right. I did that story. I'm going to clip down some of that older stuff. That's why I wanted to go live earlier today so I could start working on some of that stuff. But yes, they did warn him that this was possibly a scam. And at the time, he had a guy warning him, the other driver. He said that guy is the one who was the scammer. Time will tell. Time will tell more than anything. Time will tell. Brando Soul says, Brando Soul, I feel like you've asked this question before. Either you asked, I saw it as a comment under a video, and maybe that's why. But I've answered this before. But here we go. Brando Soul says, Vell, how did this dirty scheming impact you emotionally at the time? It's not as detrimental as it may as he tries to make it out to be, or I don't know, as it may seem as I recount the story. I had a life, like a full life, outside of Darius Cooks was a pocket of my world, and that business was a business. Like it wasn't, and we weren't a couple or anything. So it was, I got a friend over there, and at that time, I would say the friendship was starting to separate a little bit as he became an entrepreneur or was working towards those grifts. He was already pulling away. I didn't realize at the time, but he was all of a sudden busier, which was great because he occupied too much time anyway. He's too needy. So I had two businesses. I was dating people. I had a life. I got family, all that stuff. And so it wasn't like that happened and, oh, I can't sleep at night kind of thing. Oh, what do I do in my day? It wasn't that at all. What it did do was there was a betrayal of a person who I considered a person I trusted, who I felt like I could trust, period. So what it did, that level of betrayal made me feel like no matter what a person shows me long term, because again, I had known him nearly a decade at that point, still don't mean that they won't do you dirty or turn on you or can't be something different than what you thought. It also taught me, though, to trust my gut, because my gut would not let me invest in the cupcake gallery. What I wish is that I had stuck with my gut and not invested in the lunch machine either. That I didn't. I went against my gut because the lunch machine, not the cupcake gallery, was a large investor thing. So I felt like he fine. He got other people investing. And on top of that, I don't really trust it. Like it was just like not gelling with my spirit completely. And then I knew all these other things he wanted to do, and I was like, "You're doing too much. Slow down." Like if he was focusing, I would have felt probably a little bit more comfortable. But it was like all of these pie in the sky kind of dreams. It was too much at one time, and he was trying to carry them all out at the same time. And that for me was like, yeah, this something ain't right about that. But yeah, all in all, it was the trust factor. It was, I don't trust people the way I used to. But the positive part of it is it also helped me to start trusting my gut more. It was probably one of the first major impacts of someone close to me betraying me in a way. And then, now to come further through it and be years after it and see how she have made herself the victim and lies on me. So it's like a re-victimization of the situation. Like, no, you did everything we said you did. You scammed us. You scammed other people as well during that same time period and since. And I'm sharing my story, and now you have created a narrative to lie on me again and re-victimize me. And so, there's lessons in that as well. I don't trust people the same way. That's just period. I don't trust people the same way. But thankfully, I'm a good person. So God forbid, like, think if I was as bad as what she tries to make me out to be. Don't y'all think by now she would just have all kind of stuff she would have put out about me? Obviously. She can't because I'm not her. Hope that answered your question. His worst insult he threw at me was I should be a journalist. Right. Because he don't really have much to come back with when you're coming with facts. Because you be ripping apart his lack of culinary skills, and I love it. The dude he went to Bali with seems to be his only friend. Yeah, I think his name was Brandon, and his name Brandon too or something. That was interesting. I recorded it, so I heard it. I didn't really watch it, but I heard it because I think I was cooking at the time or something. So I was playing in the other room and I was hearing pieces of it. And what I noticed is that guy, now I've seen that guy a few times. He's been in Darius Cooks lives, the guy's from New York or whatever. So it's one of his. So this guy, he seems like a decent guy. He just does. However, he also seems like one of those people that doesn't fully hold Darius Cooks accountable, and he excuses Darius Cooks' behavior. And I see this time and time again with Darius Cooks people. This guy would have been a guy he met after he moved to New York, or at some point when one of his iterations of being in New Jersey or New York. This guy, that means that this guy doesn't know Darius Cooks' Chicago history like that. He knows what he's heard, probably ignores most of it. Like, that's not the Darius I know. But what I noticed, and I see him a lot of times when he'll get on Darius Cooks' IG Lives, sometimes Darius is doing his shenanigans, doing too much. He'd be like, nah, Darius, that's not nice, kind of thing. But he lets it slide because he finds Darius entertaining, et cetera, et cetera. And he thinks that Darius is a good person for whatever reason. He ends up going to Bali, meeting up with Darius, or going to Bali at the same time that Darius did most recently. They were out and about this weekend. They're riding in a car, and Darius Cooks is calling his own flying monkeys, the D-Hags, stupid, and saying they asking dumb questions. Don't be asking me dumb questions, and da-da-da, and this and that. And even the dude, Brian, was like, well, that's kind of harsh. Like, shouldn't you tell them like what you would consider, like give them guidelines versus just kind of going off on them? And he's like, they know what's what. I don't have to give them no guidelines. They just doing stuff. They da-da-da. He's talking about his adult followers like they were ignorant school children. You could tell the guy was like, okay, like this is too much, but I could see that ain't no change in your mind. So he kind of awkwardly laughs it off. Then he talks about he and Darius Cooks have been gone like to different restaurants or whatever. And he says, well, one thing I learned for sure is you don't question Darius Cooks about anything, because your questioning to get information is considered to be critiquing his choices to him. I'm like, so you saying, I know this already, but he's finding out. So this tells me that this guy don't spend a whole lot of real life time, and hasn't spent a whole lot of real life time with Darius Cooks. So he was getting downloading new information about Darius Cooks and his behavior from his new experiences. And I'm like, to be with a friend, supposed friend, and be to the point where you feel like you can't even ask them a question like, oh, so why do you like the spring rolls here so much? They good. I told you they good. You need to eat them. If I say it's good, you just need to eat it. What you questioning me for? Like all of that? What? Why all that energy? And so the guy was like, he just learned, and he's like, he made good food choices, but I learned you can't ask anything. Huh? That's not normal. That's not normal. So I was saying to myself, now I didn't follow closely enough, so I don't know all the ins and outs of that trip with the guy. We'll see how much of these video clips I can get through. But it to me said that this guy definitely got an awakening with Darius Cooks. So I don't know if behind the scenes the guy feels a ways, or if they still is cool, or if this was like, some of us have traveled with people or in groups of people, and there's somebody on the trip that you like, oh, I'll never travel with them again, kind of thing. I don't know if it's that or not, if it went that far, but yeah. Last two, and I'm getting out of here. My throat is hurting. I've been on here. I can't believe I've been on 4 hours. That's crazy. The get them before they get you mentality. So sad. Right. And everybody's not out to get you. Even with what I've been through with Darius Cooks, I still don't feel like everyone is out to get me. I have not come to that place and plan to never get to that place. I just, keep my I don't trust everybody and I proceed with caution, but that don't mean that everybody's out to get me. A lot of his supporters are probably older than him. They are. They run the gamut. He started in elementary school. Yeah, his scamming and all of that. He most likely scammed his mother. That's why he got kicked out. That's what I'm thinking too, Charles, that it was definitely something more to that. Back in the day, I didn't know what this was and what it would be one day. So I never dug too deep into what was happening, or what the beginnings of what had happened. And that was, I think he had only been out of his mama's house a year or two by the time I met him, maybe a year. Yeah, I just know some of the stuff he said, but oh, and I see somebody saying something about the Uncle. There we go. Being beautifully honest. Damn, he looked like Uncle Ruckus. Yeah, he is an Uncle Ruckus. Uncle Ruckus, though, he's getting his this shows you how much what y'all say about him really gets to him. And our could y'all put y'all wonky-eyed Darius Cooks emojis in the chat? Channel members, please put your wonky-eyed Darius Cooks memes in the chat. That gets to him so much so that he is now gone to see a specialist. He now has, thank you, Saint Center. He now has, and I can't put him on the screen because it doesn't display the image. But he now has gotten corrective glasses for his eye. He calls it the eye with the weaker muscle. It's called a wonky eye. So for his wonky eye, he now has special glasses. So it ain't. So when he normally looking like this, put them on and it's like, his eyes are, they're focused now. And he told them the other day, he's like, do my eyes look better, y'all? Have y'all noticed anything? Do they look like they used to look? I was like, ooh, y'all be getting to him. Y'all be getting to him. He done now got him some new, he focusing on that. Today, I think that was today I heard, probably in this same clip because it's a longer video. He said that he's now going to a new ear, nose, and throat doctor. I said, oh, they getting to him. Y'all, he is so self-conscious, it's ridiculous. He is really getting to him about y'all talking about his snorting and stuff. His all that and his cocaine use, allegedly. And then he said, I got bad skin. Where the is my bad skin? Where is my bad skin? I'm still trying to find it. She's just making up stuff. She probably watched one show and I might have had a pimple somewhere. And then she's like, he got his bad skin and you got to connect the dot. Girl, what are you talking about? You just lie to be lying. But most of them don't watch me because they don't want the truth. They don't want the light. So he could lie about me having bad skin, wide hips, all this stuff. My nose is huge. All of these things where I look way better than her. She leaves out the part that I am 6 or 7 years older than her and look about 10 to 15 years younger than her. She leaves that part out. So if I gotta have bad skin to have that attribute, I'll take it. I don't want to look like this. I got control of both my eyes at all times. All right, y'all, let me get off it. Alice telling me to get off. Let me get off. So if you want more of this, I'll probably do one more live before Friday, but Friday evening, if you enjoyed this, there will be more of this, and it'll be we'll see, but it'll be more of this for sure. We'll do a Darius Cooks exposing, and I'll be catching y'all up on the Bali stuff and whatever else that we've missed over the time that I've taken off. So with that, y'all have a great evening, and I'm trying to think of what I'm gonna send y'all out with. Yeah, I'll send y'all out with. I'll send y'all out with this. All right, so with that, I will see y'all later. Have a great, please hit that like button if you haven't. Subscribe if you also haven't. And if you're late to the show, just know that we have covered multiple topics today. So you can go back 4 hours to the beginning where we've covered everything from missing people to the Hulk Hogan controversy, what Maxine Waters had to say about Congresswoman Maxine Waters had to say about Trump versus Biden, Andrew Caldwell, and his latest antics, and a couple viral clips. You can check it all out. And again, definitely hit that like button and that subscribe. And with that, until next time, until we come back with our next video, make sure to take care and be blessed. Peace.
can do this with my eyes closed. It's too easy. Too easy. I can do this with my eyes closed. It's too easy. Too easy. It's too easy. I've been there, done it, seen it. Boy, all that like Keenan. Still got crack, they fiendin'. Flow still hot like Phoenix. Shine so bright, I'm gleaming. This off top, I'm tweaking. Fresh out the rat like Neiman. And I'm still tryna fight my demons. Cause we all gotta act like Tina. That's why I gotta ride with the Nina. Outside, it's a war going on. Maybe put my hands on my head like the Macarena. They want you walking on board like Kima. And give an F to you like John Cena. Putting blood on the brand new Beamer. Tryna earn they stripes like Adidas. You get cold when you ride with the heater. It'll turn you to a dog like a Keto. And expose to a cat like a cheetah. They smoke my partner like reefer. Dímelo porque o no entiendo. Mi gente must really need Jesus. They shed real blood. I never seen the crypt and I believe it. It's too easy. Too easy. I can do this with my eyes closed. It's too easy. It's too easy. I can do this with my eyes closed. It's too easy. It's too easy. I can do this with my eyes closed. It's too easy. It's too easy. It's too easy. I've been there, done it, seen it. Y'all just talk, don't live it. And just took that route, that seen it. And I'm so outspoken like Reason. Jimmy Neutron, boy, Young G's. And I'm a self-made man.